Hey, everybody, welcome. So this is a little bit of a different stream that we're doing tonight. This is not our normal format. What we're doing tonight is we are having a 4-hour open live stream. The studio link is open. Anyone can join tonight's live stream. I will put the studio link in the chat. Anybody can join. It is public, and we are going to be talking about our exciting project we've got for CPI, all that we've got coming up. But if you want to come on and have a chat with me about anything, that's the link. It's open. You can come on. This is an open live stream. Let me reemphasize that. This is an open live stream. It's on my Facebook, the link. It's on Twitter. It's here in the description. It's in the chat. It's on the Rumble. If you want to come on and talk to me about anything, you can do it. That's what we're here for. We're having a special late night. It's actually starting in the afternoon. The sun is still up. And we're going to talk about our upcoming Center for Political Innovation convention. And it's going to be great. And it's going to be fun. And I am very, very, very excited for everything we've got going on tonight. And you're going to hear from me as we go on. I'm going to talk about different things, but look, join the live stream. Here's the link. You can join. We've already got one person who's joining us. Tim in Los Angeles is with us. Tim, how's it going?
It's great to speak with you, Caleb.
Yeah. What's new?
So I'm really looking forward to this convention. I think we're in a series of dire crises in the United States. We're arming Nazis in Ukraine. We kidnapped Nicolas Maduro. We are enabling a genocide in Gaza, doing all these horrible things when instead we could have a government of action that fights for working families and implements something along the lines of the 4-point economic plan and just have a positive vision of what America could be. And that's what I want to see with CPI. And I think that we really are building something special here. And I'm just looking forward to the convention as another step towards building a movement.
Yeah. Well, Dan, who's out in LA, he was at last year's convention and he sent me a number of videos of some of the LA stuff that you all have done. So I'm probably going to show that in a little bit. This will be your first convention, your first 7-day workshop, your first CPI national convention.
Correct.
So what are your thoughts going into it?
I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be really fun going to Chicago. I'm just meeting all of you in person. Well, I met you before in person, but many others of the crew. And yeah, I'm really pumped about it. And I think everyone should get involved in CPI. It's awesome.
Yeah. Now you are a leader of the Cuba Solidarity Network in Los Angeles, right?
Well,
yeah.
It's in our sense, it was originally LA Hands Off Cuba, then it became US Hands Off Cuba, but we're the LA chapter of it. And I'm really honored to be working with them. And they also worked with Uhuru much as we did. So I think that's a good point of agreement. And I think that it's really important to, I should have mentioned Cuba earlier, is the sheer damage caused by the blockade by the Secretary of State and other elements in the U.S. Empire, the structure of U.S. empire. It's just Cuba has done so many things in terms of healthcare. They have a very high life expectancy compared to countries in nearby regions at similar levels of economic development. They have incredibly good education system. They bring doctors throughout the world, including, I think they were even offering to send these doctors to the United States to help people. I mean, it's just an incredible society, and just to have them blockaded like this, where they're deprived of oil, like Russia and China were trying to get them oil. They can't get them that. China sent them some solar panels. So Cuba's really been struggling, but I believe in them. And I think that we need to have a movement, a government of action for working families to stop persecuting these countries that just want to have their own government that is sovereign.
Yeah. So I'm thinking I will put on one of Dan's videos about, what the CPI Los Angeles group has done in the last couple of years. And maybe if you have something you want to say, you can stop and tell me your thoughts. So we'll start out with that. Does that sound good? Good way to start?
Yeah, it's wonderful.
All right, cool. So let me just download the video here, and we'll put that on and just kind of show what the LA Center for Political Innovation team has been up to, right? It's you, it's Dan, Mail, Steven, good group of folks, right? Joey.
Yeah, there's others too, but Dan and Ishmael have always been there. Like, they're at everything. They're always really focused. The three of us have really accomplished so much together, but especially Dan and Ishmael, they've really done so much. And Steven, like, he's not even in LA, and he comes to so many of our events, he may as well be a member of our chapter.
Right. He drives in from another part of California. It's quite a drive, but he wants to be involved in what we're doing. I mean, we're doing something really special. You know, and I was out in LA last year, and I hope to be there in the fall, right? We were going to have a workshop, but we didn't have the resources to do a workshop this spring. But hopefully in the fall, I'll be out there in LA for a workshop, because you guys have attracted so many people and we were doing so much. And when I went out there and met you for the first time at the workshop in 2025, that was really amazing. Remember that workshop?
Yeah, no, I remember. It's just like it's yesterday. So I'm really looking forward to this convention because.
Yeah. Well, all right. Well, I'm just getting the video up, and it's just stuff Tim has thrown together from what the LA team has done over the last couple of years. So I'm just waiting for that video.
A big part of this is actually Dan making sure to record us and reminding us to film things too, because Dan is just always on top of the game. He's always organizing great protests. I mean, without Dan, without his leadership, I think it would be really hard to do the amount of activities that we do.
Oh yeah. Well, no, Dan is a go kind of guy. No question about it. Yeah. So, all right. So here's the video. Here is the video. Let's let me just pull it up. Oh, here we go. All right. And just at any point we can stop and you can tell us about what's going on or what it is or something. Okay. Sound good, Tim? All right.
That's what free speech is about. Not everything we agree with, right? And I also want to talk about the Center for Political Innovation. I've interviewed Caleb Maupin in one of the segments. If you heard the radio show a while back, he wrote a book about Kamala Harris, which I think Tulsi Gabbard read, or because some of the content she shared at the debate, if you remember. But anyway, we're opening a local chapter here in the LA area for Center for Political Innovation. They took a lot of books to the Libertarian Convention, to the Democratic Party Convention, this one in particular, Do You Believe in Growth? Why Russia and China Keep Rising While the US Society Stifles Innovation. And we are anti-imperialism. We are pro-peace, pro-growth, not degrowth like the system is that we live in, and we need to change that. China is not our enemy. Russia is not our enemy. Iran is not our enemy. Venezuela is not our enemy. We need to move forward beyond left and right where it matters and find a new way forward. All of us, we need to work in unity, whether it's on the local level, national, or connect internationally. We need to be open to change and growth and learn together and be together in solidarity together.
Wow, that was great. Do you know the context of where he gave that speech?
Well, KPFK is Pacifica Radio, so that's like WBAI for you,
right?
And they're very significant organizationally wise. They've always been struggling for money, but anyway, I think I got my start kind of with a lot of friends from KPFK. I didn't run into Dan until later, but that was a little bit before.
Meeting they were having that he was speaking at, or like where? What was that? It was like a community.
I think that's their headquarters in LA.
Okay, because I heard an audience clapping there. It seemed like he was introducing CPI to a whole crowd of people. I've never seen that clip before. That was amazing. That was great.
Sometimes KPFK organizes really big events, like when I believe it was Lawrence Reyes who I was friends with him for Cuba organizing, and he worked for KPFK, and when he passed away tragically, the KPFK stepped up and they did organize a really great funeral for him, and his family was there, and I thought that was really positive.
Oh, great. Well, I guess we'll continue the video.
Hello, friends and comrades. This is Dan Nowman Nicewander, and I'm right now in Arlington Gardens, which is in a small city as part of the LA area, and amidst crepe myrtle trees that used to be part of an art project, real trees, that was called Wish Trees for Pasadena, from Yoko Ono, former wife of Beatle John Lennon. And basically people write wishes and attach them to the tree branches. I mean, a lot of them are individualized messages, you know, wanting the best for their friends and family, and you know, to have a better life, and all the things that you would expect. You know, a safe and healthy delivery of a baby. I wish for wisdom and knowledge. You know, those are good things. And I see a message here that says, may you all be free, may you all have peace, may you all be well. This is CPI LA.
Hello.
Here's
Hey, CPI.
hey,
Hey, everyone. I'm Patrick Cleary.
I'm Ishmael.
and I'm Dan, of course, and we're doing some strategizing and discussing about what we want to do to start our presence here in the LA area. CPI, we're here at the end of the parade route in East Pasadena, and people lining up here to go look at the floats after the parade. So we're carrying our sign, and which says we need a government of action. Yes, exactly.
We're only gonna get it if we build it ourselves.
The Uhuru case,
Yeah.
that was actually a victory for free speech.
Yeah.
You know.
The jury understood there was no evidence behind the charges, so they saw through that case, and they're exonerated. Thank God we have free speech still. And so all respect to the Uhuru 3.
All right. So yeah, a lot of times the LA folks, you guys go out with signs and stuff, right? And that was at the Rose Bowl parade. You all had the "We need a government of action to fight for working families." And is that a lot of what you do in LA? Is you go to public events with CPI signs and just engage?
We go to a lot of events, yeah. So Dan knows Pasadena really well because he lives around there. So, but the Rose Parade's a really big deal. It's really hard to park there. You have to know someone with a house or park like a mile, 2 miles away or something. It's a really big deal. It's like, I don't know if it's quite as big as the Macy's parade, but it's kind of like that.
Yeah. Well, LA is such a really important area. You got Hollywood in LA, right? You've got a lot of tech, companies, business. A lot of YouTube is based in LA. To have a team of anti-imperialists that are going out and leafleting and postering. I mean, you guys weren't you recently outside the Oscars or something like that? Like you were outside of in Hollywood, right? You were outside.
We've been to Hollywood several times with quite a bit of luck.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the last Hollywood event was kind of it was called Ciclavia, which is it's where they shut down a block or a series of streets, and then it's available to the public as a pedestrian and cycling event. And it's a really positive event, very good for community building. And one thing that was really good is that because it was the end of I think the last game of the World Cup,
mm-hmm.
and there was a lot of soccer stuff, and we were able to talk about our concerns about Malay, for example. Mm-hmm. And we ran into a lot of people that were like-minded because there's an international audience there. And there's mm-hmm. also Americans that are very concerned about this because they want a government that actually helps people. And we've another time in Hollywood, we met this family that was from Alabama, and I think they were very promising, but they were trying to afford a bus ticket back home.
Wow.
So
all right, well, we'll continue with the video.
So we're here at the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, which is featuring 3 performances of Shen Yun. There was one earlier this afternoon. This is the one evening performance, and then there's a Sunday performance at 1 o'clock on Sunday tomorrow when I'm recording this. And here with Ishmael, we're getting looks.
China before communism. This show is trying to portray China was better before communism, but it wasn't. And it's trying to pull out your heartstrings to say like, oh, we gotta go and restore this beautiful feudal society where like people were dancing around and music was everywhere. But this is just so to to manufacture consent so Americans are able to agree and say, yeah, we must do regime change in China, and we must bring this beautiful culture that is being oppressed by the heartless communists, while the communists were the ones that have raised China's living standards to way better than we as Americans could imagine. I've seen the information.
The people there
I've seen
were
the
against the government.
No, they're not.
The people are what?
The people there were against
Like,
the
I have
government.
a bunch of Chinese people saying that they love the Communist Party from China. They're in Chinese.
Because they worship brand.
Brainwashing can go both ways, sir. For them, it was a cultural thing, and he saw our sign that said, no war with China. Well, that seemed to be his main focus, not Russia, Iran, or World War III. And that was the whole focus. You just saw a little bit of it, so we proceeded to tell him about the tagline that's used in all the commercial advertising out there, which is China before communism. And for him, he said that was all culturally. Everything was about the culture, the dancing and the music and, all that kind of stuff. And it's beautiful. I'm not denying that. But when we would talk about, obviously, the big C, it was a whole different kind of a conversation. And so we were trying to be balanced, I think, my take on it is. And we were also trying to, while he and the other person, the woman that you heard, were bringing in the Chinese perspective as, people that were born and raised in mainland China. We were talking about the American perspective, the U.S. American perspective specifically, to explain to him why, for China before communism to us is political. Manny here is you're a union guy, right?
Well, I used to be.
Used to be? Oh. With the LAUSD.
Yeah, so I was telling the guys here to maintain our freedoms. We've learned a lot from these past 4 years. So we're looking at the vaccine mandate from LAUSD. First, we protested, right, with Dan, with our friends, with Joey here, almost on a weekly basis in 2021. So that's the first step that I learned, right, to get our voices out, protest. And then California Educators for Medical Freedom is a small group of teachers. We banded together and we pooled our resources and we all chipped in for a lawsuit against LAUSD. And as you know, lawsuits take a long time. In 2022, we actually lost in the district courts, but we didn't give up there. We kept on going, and our partner group, Hill Freedom Defense Fund, so we took it to the Ninth Circuit Courts of Appeals, and in September 2023, the courts actually ruled in our favor. They overturned LAUSD's mandate.
And that's for the vaccine, right?
Yeah,
or
for the vaccine.
Anything else besides that?
For the vaccine mandate with LAUSD.
Everyone's really struggling, and I'm lucky enough where my house survived. About 10 houses survived in my street.
So this was
40
about
houses in that street.
fire.
But I've been pretty much roughing.
Oh, go ahead, explain it.
Yeah, so let me just go back and talk about a few things. The medical freedom stuff, Dan is way more knowledgeable. He's an expert. Manny has been a great help on that. But yeah, so the video that you saw with Dan and Ishmael, that was at Shenyun, and we went there again later, and we had some interesting debates, like such as this gentleman who believed that 80 million people were killed by China. I mean, I don't think that's even physically possible, but we had a civil debate with him, and the people depend, like, you could even talk to people in Falun Gong about this, but I just don't. I think they're just, who gave them this information? Because I think Dan's right when he says, "Who told you this?"
Mm-hmm.
And as far as the fires, we did later. I think about a year later after that video, we attended another event in Altadena, and they had since repaired a lot of stuff. But I think it was a lot of fundraisers for people that lost their homes, because it's just been devastating. And it's also a largely African American community that were very successful, and they had these nice houses in Altadena, and just the fire destroyed everything. And
yeah. Well, I wonder, should I play the rest of this when Dan comes on?
Maybe you should give some of this to Dan, because, or even have both of us on, because I think Dan has so much to say about all this.
Okay, well, one request, is that, last year at the convention, we gave an award to the Uhuru movement. John McCarthy had requested that we show that from last year's convention that we did. So I thought I would put that video on for now. But also, this is an open stream, folks. Anyone is welcome to join. And part of the reason I'm doing this stream is because this convention this year, it's costing us. It is costing us quite a bit to put it on. And, we're going to do it. I'm cutting into my own funds and, borrowing from myself, essentially. And different people are doing different things, and we're doing the convention. But it would be a lot easier if we had an additional $2,000. If we had an additional $2,000, we could do this much more comfortably. And I'm hoping that people tonight can step up and help us out. Now, shout out to Alex Giovanni, who is a CPI member who's unable to make it to the convention. He did send a significant contribution. Alex, I just saw that, and thank you very much. I hope I'm not violating your privacy, but it was an amount that's going to help us. So thank you, and I hope other people can send some contributions so that we can do the convention more easily. But this is a video from last year showing how we honored the Uhuru movement in the opening session of the convention. Have you seen this video, Tim?
I have, but it's a wonderful video. Let's definitely show it.
All right, we'll show that, and then when Dan comes on, we'll continue the LA video. So we'll continue with this. This was when we honored Uhuru at last year's convention. It starts out with a video showing all the different stuff we've done for Uhuru, and then it shows us giving Uhuru the award. John gives remarks. The Uhuru representative gives remarks. It's really cool. Why we absolutely condemn the horrendous FBI raids carried out against the African People's Socialist Party, the Uhuru House, and Chairman Omala. Please stand up, comrades. Come on the stage, please. The FBI raids must now stop. Must stop immediately now. Stop the raids.
The latest group of Americans to find their constitutionally protected opinions become felonies are, believe it or not, an organization of black nationalist left-wingers who oppose the war in Ukraine. The DOJ has just charged many in this group with seeking to, quote, sow discord, spread pro-Russia propaganda, and interfere in elections within the United States. Now, there's no evidence they interfered with any election. You're allowed to be pro-Russia. You're allowed to be pro-anything you want in the United States. Saying things the government doesn't like, having unfashionable opinions or opinions that are out of step with Joe Biden's opinions, that is not a crime. You can spread pro-Russia propaganda if you want to. You can spread anti-Russia propaganda if you want to. You can say whatever you want, but not anymore. According to the indictment, the criminals in question, quote, wrote articles that contained Russian propaganda and disinformation. Huh? They also gave speeches and posted videos that annoyed the State Department.
Of black freedom for my entire life. I have never read of a moment since the beginning of a colonial mode of production where black people have been free. And yet they're saying that we are agents of some foreign power. Because we say black people must be free.
Okay, again, we're not defending that guy because we agree with all of his views. We probably don't. That is totally irrelevant. Whether you agree with what someone is saying has nothing to do with his right to say it. Americans are allowed to say what they think is true, period.
please come up? Caleb Maupin from Center for Political Innovation.
None of us here ever had the opportunity to vote for the FBI. The FBI is not the elected government of the United States, but they seem to think that they are. If you look at what the FBI did in our previous election, covering up the Hunter Biden laptop scandal because they felt that Joe Biden should win the election. And if you look at the details of this case, the FBI seems to believe it is above the law. I would encourage people to look into the testimony that went on and the conversations, or I guess the revelations that went on the witness stand. How it was revealed that the indictment that was leveled against the Uhuru 3 contained information that the FBI agents could not verify when they got up on the stand, and that the FBI has engaged in all kinds of dishonest activities. If they had told the truth about what evidence they had, this case never would have even gone to trial to begin with. And the FBI is putting itself above the law, and this is a threat to the freedom of all Americans. This is a threat to our civil liberties. This is a threat to our democratic rights. And I must say that the jury came back and said that it was very clear the Uhuru 3 were not acting as agents of Russia. So based on that, there should be no prison time, no jail time. This entire trial should be thrown out. This whole case should be thrown out. But I must also say that I don't consider the activities of the Uhuru 3 to be working against the interests of the United States. They travel around the world. They're connecting us with different countries, and they're working in the interests of America. Because the only future that America is ever going to have is with the new economy that is emerging in the world today. The Western financial system is falling, and the new economy of the world today, which is in Africa, which is in Russia, which is in China, that is the future. And the only future America will ever have is to be part of that economy, connecting us with people around the world, making America really a country that could trade and interact with the world in a more prosperous way, in a win-win way, a way based on win-win cooperation, not a zero-sum game. That is the future. So there should be no jail time. The conviction for this conspiracy charge needs to be completely thrown out. The FBI needs to be charged for the way that they conducted themselves in this case and the way they are violating the freedoms of Americans. Thank you.
So the first award that we want to hand out, it's pretty obvious who it should be for. We have a representative here of the organization that battled in federal court for our right to say the kind of things that we say here. And John McCarthy, our member here in Chicago, has done more than anybody in the CPI to stand with the organization. So I felt it was best for John to help. We're going to give the award to a representative of the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. So this is our award. John?
Yeah, first of all, on behalf of CPI, the Center for Political Innovation, I would like to thank the Uhuru Movement and the African People's Socialist Party for sending a representative to us at this time, because right now their headquarters in St. Louis are in emergency crisis mode because the United States government, the colonialists, and the city of St. Louis are using the cover of tornado damage to try to clear out the population of the poorest black neighborhood in St. Louis. And basically, like, it was something like 6 weeks ago, there was massive tornado damage all over the city of St. Louis. Knocked out the power, destroyed homes. Within days, actually in some cases within hours, right? In the wealthy part of the city, they repaired, they restored the power, right? And started repairing the damage. It took weeks for them to restore the power to North St. Louis, the poor black area. And then once they did restore the power, Instead of helping reclaim these houses, clean up the property, do repairs, the state, the government, went around putting tags on people's houses, 3 different color tags, green, yellow, and red. If you got a red tag, and this is thousands of houses got a red tag, the city forced the power company to shut off the power to those buildings. Took them weeks to restore it, and then once it was restored, they ordered the power company to shut it down. Now, this would be bad under any circumstances. You know, it's gentrification on steroids. But what's worse is the reason why they're doing that. There's a thing called the Geospatial Intelligence Agency, or something to the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, that does the signal processing for our missiles and for the drones all over the world. The main one is near Washington, D.C. I think it's in Virginia. The second one that they opened up just a few years ago is in St. Louis. And they're ramping it up. They want to expand it. And they want that land. So they are clearing out the black population of North St. Louis, or trying to, in order to house the generals and the scientists and the engineers for this Geospatial Intelligence Agency. So there's a saying you probably heard, a lot of leftist groups say it, the fight internationally is the same as the fight here at home. Chairman O'Malley Yeshitala says that all the time, Caleb says it, right? But it could never be more explicit than what's going on right now. They are trying to clear the black population of St. Louis off of their land so that they can use that land in order to clear Palestinians off of their land. And we're not going to tolerate this. And Chairman O'Malley Yeshitala and the African People's Party, African People's Socialist Party, as usual, are engaged in a fight back. Right? They've got volunteers from all over the city and actually all over the country doing what the government is supposed to be doing, right? Repairing those homes. They're getting people to bring their own personal tools and handing them out, training people who have never done construction before to repair these homes and fix the roofs, clear the trees and the light posts from people's property. So they're doing what the government's supposed to be doing. They're fighting back and they're rebuilding the community that was destroyed by these tornadoes. But while we support that, what the party is doing there, that's not what this award is for. This award is for their fight on free speech. For 50 years, Chairman O'Malley Yeshitala has been going all over the United States and all over the world, everywhere from Ireland to Oxford to Spain, and all over the United States, giving the same speech, right, about how what's being done to black people here is a genocide, and that reparations are owed for this. Same speech, 50 years, right? About 5 or 6 years ago, he went and gave that speech to a political organization in Russia, right? About conditions here in the United States for people of African descent, right? And then a few weeks after that, the head of that group from Russia appeared on one of their podcasts and described the truth about the war in Ukraine. How it's not a war between Ukraine and Russia, it's a war between NATO and Russia. Right? And for that, they labeled him a Russian agent. They said that calling for reparations is a Russian plot to sow discord in the United States. And for speeches and webcasts and articles, they tried to throw him in jail for 15 years. And what they expected him to do is cut some kind of a plea deal. You know, the way, like, when they charged Trump as being a Russian agent, like, his people cut all kinds of deals, right? They ratted each other out, right? They caved, right? And they expected Omali Yeshitela to cave, and boy, were they way off on that. He staged a fight back, which the Center for Political Innovation was a part of. The courtroom was packed, with standing room only. They had, against their will, open up a second room, right, for all the people who came to observe what was going on, and he won. They made two different charges. They charged him with being a Russian agent, and then they charged with conspiracy to defraud the U.S. government. In other words, conspiracy to hide the fact that he was a Russian agent, you know, not filing, right? So as a result of the political, instead of treating it like a legal case, he treated it like what it was, a political assault, right? So he took it to the streets, not just to the court. And the jury acquitted, right? They ruled not guilty for being a Russian agent, but out of fear of the U.S. government, right, to the lesser charge, they said guilty, right, of conspiring. So they weren't Russian agents, but they were conspiring to be Russian agents, which makes no sense at all. You can't be conspiring to do something that you didn't do. And they were sentenced to what do they call it, community service, right? Which is what they do for a living anyway, right? Right? They rebuild their community. They take vacant lots and abandoned buildings and turn it into clinics, housing for ex-offenders, farmers markets, restaurants and food deserts, right? So they basically sentenced the Uhuru Three to do what they were already doing. But this conviction still must not stand, right? It should not be a conviction because that has a chilling effect. They filed an appeal. We're backing that appeal. They're going to win. But by not taking that deal and like they wanted, right? And by fighting back and by organizing the people of the community and people all over the country, all over the world, really, Chairman Omali Yeshitela has defended all of our rights. That's right. We now have a right to use our free speech, and not just any kind of free speech, speech about how we should be working together with countries around the world instead of going to war with them. So he saved your right for free speech, and he probably saved the lives of your children and grandchildren. We now have a chance to use our speech to defend their right to live. And for that, we are grateful to the party, and we vow to use that gift that he has won for us to stop these wars and build a world of prosperity instead of a world of death.
So, if the Bola representing the People's Democratic Movement will come up, please. These are heroes. They fought for our freedom. The only reason we're here today is because they fought for us in federal court. It's an honor to have you here. You are heroes. Thank you. Hands off Uhuru! Hands off Uhuru! Hands off Uhuru! Hands off Uhuru! Hands off Uhuru!
Uhuru, it's a great honor to accept this award on behalf of Chairman Omali. Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the African People's Socialist Party, and the Uhuru Movement. And I want to thank Caleb and John. That was an amazing overview of the case and what's going on. Just thank you so much. And it's all of our victories. CPI, right out of the gate, gave tremendous support and publicity to the case. They were right on it. John, right on the ground in Chicago, giving out thousands of flyers, throughout. And all of you who stepped up and fought back. This was an amazing fight back, and it continues. I just want to say, go to handsoffuhuru.org and also to blackpowerblueprint.org, which is leading the tornado response, trying to put City Hall to pay reparations to the African community and clean up after this tornado. The African community in St. Louis will not be displaced. We're going to fight back and win this victory too.
Yeah, so you got just a taste of what happens at a CPI convention. And we're doing another one. We got another one planned for 15 days from now. And pretty soon, about 10 days from now, I'm going to be in a van with a bunch of other people from New York that are headed over there. And people are coming in from LA, like yourself, Tim and Dan. And people are coming in from Minneapolis. And people are coming in from different parts of the Chicago area. And we're doing another convention. And I'm really, really excited about it. So, Dan, do you have anything you want to say here before we move on to our next section here? I'm sorry, Tim. I called you Dan.
I thought Dan was joining the stream.
Yeah. Sorry.
Just very powerful words by John. I'm actually quite grateful to Tucker Carlson for giving Uhuru that visibility that they needed. I think that was key to them winning their case. And the work you've done is super important. I think we really have to stand up for Uhuru because they'll stand up for us. I mean, I think they represent a development where mutual aid is actually realized and they actually do things to build up their community and show us that there is another way to run a government.
Yeah.
And I think Uhuru, by working with us, Uhuru understands that we're not their enemies either, even if we don't agree on necessarily everything, but it's just the principle of we have to stand up for free speech. They should be awarded. They should receive an award like this from the government, not even from us. Like they're heroes.
Absolutely. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing you in Chicago. Tim, it'll be your first convention. I hope it's a great experience for you. And thanks for coming on, and thanks for all your great work in solidarity with Cuba and everything you're doing. It's going to be a great time. So thank you. Thank you for everything. And
one last thing. If I said mortality rate, I meant the lifespan increased. I didn't. The mortality rate may have increased, but that would be only due to the way, since kidnapping of Maduro, since Venezuela was Cuba's key ally, they've been having a lot of issues. So, but it's more important than ever to address that. But yes, they have a comparable lifespan to the United States. They have a very high literacy rates, I think higher than the United States. So they're doing very well. They might be poor, but they would be very successful if this blockade did not exist. And that's exactly why it's there.
Yeah, well, our opening speaker is going to be Mike from Cuba, right? Cuban American, longtime friend of mine. He'll be opening it up. The venue is going to be very Latin America connected. I don't want to reveal where it is. So, but we are definitely going to be talking a lot about Latin America solidarity, Venezuela, Cuba, etc. at the event. So I'm looking forward to that. But we're also going to be talking about Africa and many other things. So thank you, Tim, for everything. And we'll be in touch. So, folks, we are on here for a kind of a special stream today. And it's public. You can come on just like Tim did. It is a public stream. You can come on, turn on your webcam, ask me anything. The link is in the chat. It's available to everybody because the Center for Political Innovation, we're having our national convention in Chicago on August 15th. And we're not just doing the national convention. We're doing a France out of Africa rally. We're going to be having a rally at another quite historic and iconic spot in Chicago as well. And we're bringing our whole team of people to Chicago to basically train so that we can hit the ground running in the midterms. And our national convention is coming up. We're bringing people in from New York. We're bringing in people from California. We're bringing in people from the Pacific Northwest. I mean, it's going to be a gathering to solidify our anti-imperialist movement. It's going to be really, really tremendous. And it's happening, and down payments have been made. The hall has been reserved. We have a beautiful hall that we're having. Professional video is going to be there. Great speakers, some alternative media personalities are going to be there. You'll be hearing about that soon. All kinds of things are in the works. And it's going to be really, really great. The thing is, it would make my life easier if we had another $2,000 because it's tight. It's tight. Everything costs a lot right now. and it's tight. And so I'm on here. I'm going to be on here, you know, and we're going to bring people on. You can come on, ask us anything or whatever. But I'm just telling you, folks, we do need contributions. Anyone who can go to cpiusa.org, and send a contribution, that would be great. Our goal for today, if we could raise $2,000 on this stream, that would be perfect. We've already raised 100. So, we've already raised $100 have come in. I've checked, and, a contribution came in. We've already raised $100. So if folks can, send more contributions, that would be great. If you want to come on and ask me about anything, please do so. But yeah, we got a lot of CPI members that are going to come on, but this is open to anybody. This is a public stream, but we have got to take action. We have got to take action. So I made a letter to all CPI members, a public letter that I made to all CPI members about the convention and what it's going to include. So I'm going to put that letter on. I'm going to put the video on of the letter that I did to all CPI members about our upcoming convention. Anyone who wants to come on can come on. The link is open. You can ask me about whatever you want. And we're just going to go on here. Different CPI members are going to come on. We're going to be on here for quite some time. We need to raise money. So send us a contribution. Go to cpiusa.org/donate. The link is down in the chat. Please send us a contribution. This is our letter about the upcoming convention that I released on Monday. It shows what we've been up to, and we're going to continue. So here we go. Public letter to all CPI members and friends from founder and director Caleb Maupin. Events are happening around the world at a very fast pace, and the political situation in the country is shifting quickly. Our upcoming national convention in Chicago on August 15th will have a fundamentally different character than any of the previous gatherings of our organization. Why? Because the way events are progressing indicates that we will have a vital and important role to play in events this fall surrounding the midterm elections. In order to move into action effectively, we must use the August gathering to solidify and refine our abilities. Trump has completely betrayed every anti-war and anti-establishment sentiment he pandered to during his 2024 campaign.
I don't think any two leaders have been as coordinated as President Trump and I.
His murderous and unnecessary war with Iran has resulted in oil prices surging to $100 per barrel and a crisis of inflation that makes the inflation he decried under Biden look tiny in comparison. The National Defense Authorization Act has widely controversial provisions that will merge key sections of the U.S. military with the Israeli military. The hope for peace in Ukraine has stalled, and conflict rages on, with U.S.-backed Kiev forces murdering Russian civilians on a daily basis with drone strikes. All of this has resulted in a reshuffling of the political spectrum. Many of Trump's most vocal supporters during the 2024 elections are now his harshest critics. Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massie, and Candace Owens have broken with the White House and become far more outspoken in their anti-war advocacy, opposition to Israel, and sympathetic view of anti-imperialist countries. Meanwhile, the Democratic camp, hoping to bank on anti-war sentiments as the midterms get closer, has softened its McCarthyist stances and begun to open the door to cooperation with anti-imperialists. Members of the Democratic Socialists of America now hold the office of mayor of New York City and have won key nominations for the midterm vote. I was warmly welcomed onto a podcast with prominent academic and DSA leader Cornel West. DSA-aligned YouTube channel Status Quo and Really American podcast have featured CPI, not in passing, but allowed us to blatantly advertise our 4-point plan and our ideology on their platforms. Amid all of this, Marco Rubio's State Department published a McCarthyist document on July 20th that listed a number of Democrat-aligned activist groups as supposed agents of Cuba. While CPI was not named in the document, the image we have relentlessly highlighted on our social media in recent months, used for the cover of our book, Out of the Movement to the Masses, and used as the poster for our upcoming national gathering, was featured on page 45 of the document, without any explanation or caption. We view this as confirmation that we are being watched closely by the State Department. Marco Rubio just held a bilateral meeting with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. Our organization is the most outspoken voice calling for the creation of a peace bridge or peace tunnel connecting Alaska to Russia over the Bering Sea. And this appears to be a fundamental issue in the negotiations with Russia aimed at ending the Ukraine war. 2 of our members have publicly spoken directly with Russian President Putin in 2024 at the World Youth Festival in Sochi. I personally greeted Kirill Dmitriev when he came to New York City. He gave remarks to the media about the Bering Sea Tunnel. Furthermore, I was recently personally invited to a reception with Joe Kent, the U.S. counterterrorism director who resigned in protest of the Iran war. Tucker Carlson recently recited the words, "Who are the Houthis? What are they fighting for?" in a broadcast, and then sat down with CPI friends Tara Reid and Olga Bataman for a full-length interview just weeks after I was personally on their set in Moscow. Furthermore, the Wall Street Journal has chosen to acknowledge the economic successes of North Korea in a headline article, and Trump has indicated he wants to have another meeting with Kim Jong-un. This is vitally important, as we at the Center for Political Innovation are the most outspoken friends and admirers of the Korean Workers' Party in America, convening weekly Juche study groups and distributing thousands of book lists across America highlighting the Kim Il-sungya flower. In this context, our role as an organization cannot be underestimated, and the importance of our upcoming gathering cannot be downplayed. Many eyes will be watching our upcoming gathering in August very closely, and the way our organization is presented and the way our ideas are expressed must be done with the highest level of professionalism. Our organization represents the bridge connecting America with the rising new economy in the East. We point to a way out of globalism, imperialism, and the needed anti-monopoly coalition and mass movement fighting for working families to bring it into being. With our consistent activism and educational work, we do what no other organization can do. Our moment is getting closer, and tasks that only we can take on and accomplish effectively will soon be universally deemed necessary. In regard to Marco Rubio's document and the subpoena of breakthrough news by the U.S. Congress in the aftermath of Trump's delusional speech about supposed Chinese influence on American elections, a few points of clarity must be made. First, we offer nothing but unconditional support to any organization accused of being foreign agents or otherwise persecuted for their anti-war stance or peace activism. We oppose the subpoena of breakthrough news. We oppose the State Department using its platform to publish what is essentially a 21st century blacklist of activist groups. We will support those listed and targeted by the American government with donations, demonstrations, public awareness, and loud opposition to their persecution. The Foreign Agents Registration Act is fundamentally unconstitutional, as its vague definition of lobbying makes it nothing more than an open threat to persecute any voice on international issues that the powers that be wish to silence. The law will never be enforced against Israel or other countries aligned with the United States, but will most certainly be used to prosecute or intimidate anti-war voices. It needs to be completely overturned. The Biden administration used the Foreign Agents Registration Act and the State Department to target the Uhuru movement, Scott Ritter, and others with international ties who were deemed to be enemies of the Democrat Party. Now, Marco Rubio appears to be using the same tactics to target activists who are deemed to be enemies of the Republican Party. Just as Democrats perpetrated the Russiagate hoax, disproven time and time again, now the Republicans are using the same kind of hysterical phobias about China to engage in similar repression. We must be clear that there is a fundamental spiritual difference between us and the communists of America, and despite our best efforts, we believe it is unlikely that many of them will stop seeing us as enemies or fascists.
While we may sympathize with many of the same countries as the Party for Socialism and Liberation or Breakthrough News, we do so for very different reasons. We do not hate America. We love America. We are opposed to globalism imperialism, an economic system that is impoverishing the American heartland and waging murderous wars around the world for the profits of internationalist monopolies. We have a 4-point plan to rescue the country, restructure the economy to be growth-oriented by breaking the power of oil monopolies and high finance and utilizing the creativity and labor power of the American people to unleash a wave of growth and innovation. The PSL, the Communist Party, and various other groups offer no such positive vision. They instead seek to tap into resentment, envy, rage, and sexual frustrations in order to create unrest. Their anger is not at the economic system, making people all over the world, including Americans, poorer. Their anger is at the American flag, the Bible, and the bulk of the U.S. population on a cultural level. Instead of presenting a vision for lifting Americans up and joining with the rising new economy on a win-win basis, they assemble various offended and resentful identity groups and stoke their anger. Their vision is to burn it down as revenge for historic injustice. They do not dream of a peace bridge connecting us to Russia over the Bering Sea or a mass mobilization to rebuild America's infrastructure, but rather of various acts of vengeance and accountability they can impose on people within the country deemed to be privileged. While the bulk of America's communists completely disavow and denounce Joseph Stalin, who turned Russia into an industrial powerhouse and defeated the Nazis, many of them are admirers of Leon Trotsky and his theory of permanent revolution, hoping to spread endless chaos across the planet. This is a heritage they share with the neoconservatives, many of whom guided and laid the foundation for Marco Rubio's actions. When CPI first emerged in 2020 to 2021, it was met with universal hatred and hostility from communists. Though the Communist Party is usually silent about other groups, they published a long screed on their website calling us white supremacists. Social media hate campaigns, defamations, threats of violence, and even a picket line outside of our workshop in Minneapolis were put together. However, amid the left's campaign of deranged hatred, we established some very important friendships and alliances. We spoke up in support of the Uhuru movement when the FBI raided them in 2022 and welcomed them as heroes at our gathering in August. I was personally blackmailed, but we proceeded with the event. We arranged a United Nations press conference focused on the Uhuru case, and we spoke about it with Russian President Putin. As we got to know the Uhuru organizers, we discovered that our bond was deeper than simply opposition to U.S. foreign policy and government repression. The Uhuru movement is a fundamentally optimistic movement about empowering Black people with community projects. Chairman O'Malley and his followers constantly say, "We are winning." They create farmers markets, classes for pregnant mothers, and prison reentry programs. Despite whatever differences we may have with their African internationalist ideology, it is a fundamentally constructive one. Likewise, we have established a friendship with the Unification Church, an anti-communist religious organization that has become a primary advocate of the peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula. The Unification Church's late founder, Reverend Sun Young Moon, invested millions of dollars into building hotels and a state-run car company in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. He was also a strong advocate for building a bridge over the Bering Sea, connecting the United States with Alaska. As Dr. Hak Jahan, Reverend Moon's widow, the Mother of Peace, faces prosecution in South Korea, we have organized demonstrations supporting her and worked to oppose the persecution of the church in Japan as well. In 2023, we reached out to Nodatal, the main leftist organization that advocates better relations with North Korea. We offered to participate in their rally, only to be met with hostile and an unfriendly response. Meanwhile, we were welcomed warmly and enabled to successfully participate in the New York City Peace March just months later with unificationists. These relationships are not always easy, and there are issues on which the Uhuru Movement, the Unification Church, and CPI will never see eye to eye. But these relationships are possible, I believe, because there is a fundamental spiritual bond between us. We all believe in growth, optimism, and want to connect America with the rising new world in the East. Meanwhile, the left largely responds to us with anger. This anger is not logical or even based on any political positions that we hold. We believe the hatred from the left flows from the fact that they have embraced a negative, resentful worldview and strive for revenge and destruction, not reconciliation and the reconstruction of America or the world. We simply want different things. We have different underlying motivations. The left has embraced hate. We have embraced hope. We are happy to work with anyone who advocates for peace and improving the conditions of working families throughout America and the world. But the two successful relationships we have had indicate that cooperation is much more likely when this spiritual bond exists. Forces that embrace the dark energy so common among leftists are unlikely to be friendly to us. The midterm elections are likely to be full of surprises and provocations. The Democrats accuse Trump of being a fascist dictator, and the Republicans accuse the Democrats of being Marxist revolutionaries. Neither side has a solid vision for improving the country, and both sides are banking on presenting a nightmare caricature of their opponents in order to win votes. The economic fallout of the war and the potential to tie up Trump with impeachment proceedings makes the stakes very high. CPI does not support either side. The Democrats could have stopped Trump's war, and during his State of the Union, while they remained seated for many remarks, they rose to their feet to applaud when he threatened war against the Islamic Republic. Even if one side were fundamentally better, as a political education organization, we do not campaign or endorse any candidates. We view the midterms not as a struggle to render one of the major parties victorious, but as an opportunity. We want to use the midterm circus to spread anti-imperialism. We want to disrupt town hall events with candidates, both Democrats and Republicans. We want to cover major cities with anti-imperialist posters. We want to offer guidance to those who will turn to the Green Party, the Libertarian Party, or the new political regroupments being discussed by figures like Thomas Massey and Tucker Carlson. In liberal democratic Western society, the leaders generally seek to keep the population disengaged. However, elections are the moment in which the bulk of the population is pushed to get involved and listen to political ideas. While we will use these elections to spread anti-imperialism, you will see CPI members on the news and across social media. You will see our posters all over major cities. You will be handed our books at political rallies. We have a major operation planned for the fall. The convention in August is aimed at solidifying our organization in order to make it happen. The 7-day national training program and the convention on August 15th will be about giving orientation, refining skills, and setting the stage for our important work this fall. We call on all members, former members, friends, and allies to attend the convention. Please register and join us on August 15th. Those who cannot attend, please donate. We will need as many people as possible to send $100, $50, or even $20 to support our work. In times like these, travel and housing costs are much higher than usual, and putting this convention together has been much more stressful than in previous years due to logistical and financing concerns. We have a unique vision and operation to pull off this fall. We need you to help us carry it out, either as a participant, an observer, or a background supporter. We must oppose war, political repression, and the continued economic demolition of our country. We must counter it with an optimistic vision of a government of action that fights for working families and connects us to the rising new economy in the East. We believe August 15th will be decisive in making the fall operation successful. Please join us, support us, and be part of making history. I will end by quoting a passage from the great Christian socialist writer Wallace Wattles. There are two mental attitudes a man may take. One makes him like a football. It has resilience and reacts strongly when force is applied to it, but it originates nothing. It never acts of itself. There is no power within it. Men of this type are controlled by circumstances and environment. Their destinies are decided by things external to themselves. The other attitude makes a man like a flowing spring. Power comes out from the center of him. He radiates force. He has within him a well of water springing up into everlasting life. He is felt by his environment. The principle of power in him is constant. He is self-active. He has life within himself. As an organization, we seek to awaken people from a state of maintaining a mere biological existence or living biologically and empower them to take action, to find their voice and their role in the struggle. We view this as a highly noble mission and purpose, and we will not back down from this stated aim. Best, Caleb T. Maupin, founder and director of the Center for Political Innovation.
Yep. Yep, that is us. We are the Center for Political Innovation, and we have made it our mission to awaken people and get people to think and take on their own role as part of history, as anti-imperialist activists. And we have inspired people. And I think about what Penny is doing out in Minneapolis. I think about what the LA team is doing. We still got plenty more video to show of the LA team. We are trying to awaken people to think, awaken people to get involved in the struggle and empower people, and how, you know, we've inspired people. People are writing books. People are doing outreach. It's really, really, really important what CPI is inspiring people to do. People are very much hypnotized and asleep, but I feel like our job is to awaken people and push them into action and get people to do what they can to change the world around them and inspire them. Yeah, we're having a stream here tonight. We're going to be going for 3 more hours. And the reason we're doing this is because our national convention is coming up on August 15th. And it's going to be a great gathering in Chicago. And if you haven't registered already, please register. We'd love to have you attend. The link to register is down below. And we're having people coming from all over the country, and we've printed banners, and we've done a lot. And we're going to be protesting against the French consulate, and we're going to be protesting in different parts of the Chicago area during the 7 days surrounding the convention. We actually just planned a great demonstration at a very symbolic location today. I'm not even going to say it because I don't want the government to ruin it, but we're planning some very, very exciting things. And we're going to be having our gathering on the 15th. It's going to be just a tremendous gathering. And, you know, we got a van taking people from New York City. We got people driving in from all around the country. And we want you to be there. The main thing I want is for you to be there. I want you to register, and I want you to attend the convention. I want you to be there. But on top of that, I'll just be real with you all. We need money. We need money, and it will be comfortable for us if we could raise another $2,000 on this stream. That would really make things much more comfortable. If we could raise a total of $2,000 tonight, that would offset the costs and make it so I can breathe a lot easier during the convention. And we've already got the first $100 raised. And, you know, we're at about $102 raised so far. And that's really, really great. So we're very, very close, you know, to being on our way to getting it. So if somebody could take the time to drop us $100, that would be awesome. And someone could drop us $50. Someone could drop us $20. But it's very easy to donate. We have a Stripe link, cpiusa.org/donate. And if you can just send a contribution, that would really, really help us do what we need to do. It's going to be great. I know Mike is going to be there. Mike is going to be giving great work. Mike has been doing Cuba solidarity work his whole life. And I am really excited for what Mike is going to be saying and giving the opening remarks. That's going to be really, really great. He'll be a speaker. Mike is going to be a speaker. He'll be opening the session on Saturday. That's going to be great. Mike has such expertise on these issues. And, you know, we have some guests from the alternative media spheres. We actually have some, you know, skits about the history of the Mexican Revolution that are going to be performed. We're going to have musical performers throughout the day. It's going to be a really, really special gathering. So please consider to take the time to just send us $25, $50 if you can. Just send us what you can so that we can do this more easily. And the stream tonight is open. Let me emphasize that. The stream tonight is open. Anyone can come on. Anybody can come on and talk to me, right? It's open. You just hit that link and you're in the studio. You can talk to me about whatever you want. It's an open stream tonight. I didn't come on here with some big PowerPoint slideshow or some big international issue. I came on here to just spend 4 hours chilling with everybody. We're going to look at some videos of what CPI is doing. We're going to talk about the upcoming convention. But we're having a stream tonight to get everybody ready for the convention. I don't know how much I'm going to be streaming in the next week because I need to be preparing. I've got a lot to do. I got a lot on my plate, but it's really our YouTube channel here. This YouTube channel here is a community. It's a community of people. We get on here night after night to talk about anti-imperialism, to talk about the movement this country needs. And now it's crunch time. Now it's where the rubber meets the road. We've got to have a successful convention in Chicago. We've got to do it. And we've got to then swing into action this fall and get those posters up all over the country and get disruptions at town hall meetings where politicians are speaking and disrupt them and call them out for their wars and their lies. We've got to start bringing in people from across the emerging anti-monopoly coalition, people that are anti-Israel, people that are anti-war, people that are questioning the way our freedoms are being taken away to pave the way for a low-wage police state. We have got to, absolutely got to build this movement. So next, I am going to put on a video. I'm going to put on a video that kind of shows some of what we have done. It kind of talks about our anti-imperialist work, and the stream is open. Other people can join. The link is open. So I'm going to put on a video. But yeah, come on and talk. Send us a contribution. Do whatever you can do. We need your support, and we need to build this organization. So yeah, this is going to be a video that we will show. So yeah. Be in touch, join the stream. You know, the phone lines are open. I see one person has already come on. So after this video, we'll just be bringing people on to talk. The phone lines are open. The link is in the chat. The studio link is public. Let's do it. Let's do it. We're going to have a great stream tonight. So let me just put on this video.
Globalism, imperialism, as I understand it from CPI, is a financial system that is run by Wall Street and London, where giant international corporations spread their tentacles around the world, holding back development.
You look around this country, they are literally unpaving the roads in 27 different states. Municipalities cannot maintain paved roads. They don't have enough money. They're unpaving roads all across America. Our life expectancy has gone down by 2 years. Is Iran the one doing this to us? No. This is being done by big corporations, vultures, bankers that are looting the public budget to serve an international system.
How I define globalism/imperialism is the growth while the private banks and private corporation grows and scams the regular working person in America. In its modern time, colonialism.
Globalists, elite, oligarchs, corporatists,
the deep state. I mean, it's all that same class of people that are at the top, and they want to stay at the top.
They sink their fangs into Africa. They sink their fangs into Latin America. They sink their fangs into Asia. And they have U.S. military bases to accompany the corporations to extract huge profits from across the planet, while we, the American people, the American working class, American working families are left behind.
Not only are they doing something that's immoral by conquering other countries, but they're also doing it in a way that does not benefit the working people of the core empire. It only benefits this global ruling class that has hollowed out industries and has financialized everything.
Nigeria is a country in Africa with so much oil, but the people of Nigeria are in deep and utter poverty because their oil is controlled by ExxonMobil, BP, Shell, and Chevron, and they are prevented from building up their own economy. And there are many examples of this, and that imperialism is going around the world in degrowing countries.
Our servicemen do not want to fight. On the aircraft carriers that they have parked outside of Iran, you have thousands of American servicemen intentionally clogging the toilets and trying to flood the aircraft carrier because they know that the Iranian people are not their enemies.
And the countries that have broken free from that system, like Burkina Faso, where they are creating food sovereignty and economic independence, get demonized as juntas and authoritarian.
Iran is not the enemy, folks. Israel's the enemy. The Zionists are the enemy. Epstein elitists are the enemy.
Their system is more destructive than productive.
I really appreciate the Center for Political Innovation because we are a family. We understand that we have to encourage each other and that to stay on the revolutionary road, we also need to work on personal development.
I don't know if you've ever heard it. He used to talk about the old 1950s television show. It's The Lone Ranger. You know, the Lone Ranger, he wore a mask. He was a white dude. And then he had a Native American sidekick named Tonto. The story goes, the joke of Lenny Bruce is that the Lone Ranger and Tonto were surrounded by a group of Native Americans with their spears ready, pointed out at them. And they were facing the edge of a cliff. There was no escape. And so the Lone Ranger turned to Tonto and said, "Tonto, what are we going to do?" And Tonto said, "What do you mean we, white man?" Well, you think about that joke, I think that's what's ahead for the U.S. ruling class. Because they're looking at China rising up, and they're looking at Russia rising up, and they're looking at Venezuela and Iran, and they're turning to the American working class, and they're saying, "American working class." And I think Joe Biden's saying, "American working class, what are we going to do?" And the American working class is saying, "What do you mean we, Joe Biden? What do you mean we?"
An author of a brand new book called Imperialism and Anti-Imperialism. And when I first started flipping through this book, what struck me wasn't necessarily that I agreed with everything in it. In fact, there's plenty of things here that I think people are going to want to challenge. But what I found interesting is that Caleb is trying to answer some really big questions that a lot of us have been wrestling with lately. And what makes the book interesting is that it's not just a collection of Caleb's thoughts on world events. Much of it is drawn from his own experiences over the years, covering international politics, organizing anti-war movements, traveling abroad, questioning U.S. government officials, speaking in countries like Iran, interacting with world leaders, including Vladimir Putin. and even having one of his articles republished in North Korea's state newspaper. Through those experiences, Caleb explores some of the biggest geopolitical questions of our time, from China and Russia to Ukraine, NATO, energy markets, sanctions, and the shifting balance of power in an increasingly multipolar world. And whether you agree with his conclusions or not, he has a very different framework for understanding what's happening in the world right now than what we hear on CNN, Fox News, or most of the mainstream press.
All right. Well, Josh, how's it going?
Not bad. I'm just been reading. Just been reading. Excuse my autism as well.
That's okay. You just been reading?
Yeah. I have, like, as you can see behind me is a fuck ton of books.
Wow. Okay. Well, yeah. How you been?
Not bad. Just dealing with my. It's been handling with my. It's been handling my autism and also and been getting a clean bill of getting some good bills of health and unfortunately just working so I can get back to school.
Oh, wow. Okay. What do you do for a living?
Stocking shelves at the Dollar General. I know it's not much, but it's better than my previous job. If you can allow me to shoot on jacks, that's a wrestling term for basically giving your unfiltered feelings, though. And I'm going to remind you that Jax is owned by AEA Investments.
Okay. Well, thanks for hopping on, Josh. It was good to hear from you. And, I know I've seen you in the chat many times, and I hope you're enjoying it. And I hope things go well. And thank you. Thanks for coming on. Very good. Great. Well, it's always good to hear from different people in our audience. But wow, we got Mike. Mike, how's it going?
Caleb, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I hear you perfect. Caleb, I just want to congratulate you for the amazing work that you've been doing. Very necessary stuff. Things are stranger and politically tougher than ever.
Yeah.
And this climate is so tough, it's so hard. Things are so difficult right now. I really got to say, have my hats off to you, Caleb, for all the stuff that you're doing and this convention. I mean, what do I got? There's so much going on.
Yeah, the first CPI event you ever went to was in January, and you were with us outside the jail. What was that like? The jail where Maduro was being held.
It was difficult. I was very happy to be there, and I thank CPI for the opportunity because my personal situation right now is a little tough, but it was difficult for me as a revolutionary who has been inspired by the Bolivarian Revolution in Venezuela, has followed it so closely. I started an organization in 2003 called the Bolivarian Youth. And at that time, the Bolivarian Revolution wasn't very popular in the US left. A lot of people didn't know too much about it. And some organizations that I had even worked with in the past, like the Socialist Workers' Party, had a very strong criticisms against Hugo Chavez and called him a Bonapartist and did not support the Bolivarian Revolution. And I thought that was a big mistake. And just doing solidarity work throughout the years to see the president of Venezuela and his wife kidnapped and imprisoned in that the walls of that jail. Maduro will be free one day.
Yeah. Yeah. But, it was great to just kind of pile into vans, from the Airbnb and go there, and have our demonstration. And we went around the back, we were in front of it, and it was good to just get right there to the jail, and we had,
it was amazing. And the fact that the people just walking by stopped, supported, and joined. And I mean, it was really, really good. It was,
it was great. I mean, it was a really, really great thing. And what did you think of the event then that we did?
I thought that the event was phenomenal, and it was the first time that I had heard of the Peace Bridge concept, which I support 1,000,000%. I back 1,000,000%. And I just was very impressed. Very impressed.
Well, I'm really looking forward to you being our you're going to open our event on August 15th. You'll be the opener there at the hall, which I'm really looking forward to.
I'm looking forward to as well. I'm very happy to do it. The only thing that my heart is heavy because of all of the attacks on Cuba right now and on the Cuba Solidarity Movement as a whole. As you know, and you've even spoken about how a lot of my comrades have been cited with subpoenas and attacked for doing Cuba Solidarity work, and we're being called spies and foreign agents. I mean, what year is this? I mean, this is McCarthyism again. I mean, Trump wants to have his own Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. I mean, this is horrible what's happening in Venezuela. It's horrible what's happening with Cuba. And it's obvious that the Colombian elections were intervened. And the president of Colombia has denounced that. And what's happening in Israel, the war, is just the genocide against the Palestinian children, Palestinian people, is a lot of the world is in a situation, is in a very bad situation. And just 15, 20 years ago, I would have hoped that humanity would have moved on to a more reasonable way of governing, and then what I call is capitalism.
Yeah. No, I mean, we are AI. Everything Marx wrote about the tendency of the falling rate of profit and overproduction is more true than ever before, because we should be living in a world of vast abundance, but instead we're living in a world with rising poverty. It doesn't make any sense. Technology has advanced so much, but because profits are in command and the irrationality of capital, right? We've got a situation where people are hungry because there are there's too much food. People are homeless because there are too many houses. And it's everything Marx was writing about back in the 1800s, like crazy, like on steroids. I'm thinking I might want to put on the video of what we did, with Maduro. I think I have the video here. Would that be okay if I put on the video from?
Yeah, put it on.
Yeah. Let me see if I can just. I'm just gonna pull up the video here. Can't remember what I called it. You ever have that moment where you can't remember what the video is called?
Yeah,
but let's put it on because it was really cool. We were having an event, and then we figured, hey, we need to we need to do something. So we went to the jail, and it was really exhilarating. We just packed into this van that we had, and we did it. Yeah. So here, I think, yeah, this is the video, right? Where is it?
I want to apologize for how dark it is in here for the lighting, but I'm sorry about that.
Okay. Yeah. Tough times in Miami, right? Or are you in Miami these days, right?
Yeah. I'm in Miami, and here ICE is beginning a new wave of raids, and today I was trying to pass out the Know Your Rights. Know Your Rights leaflets and stuff like that. So because they're going into communities, and it's very tough to watch. It's very tough to watch. Families get torn apart. People on their way to work, and they get nabbed, and it looks like a kidnapping. It's
wow. Well, here's the video from when we went to the detention center.
All right, guys, get out. This will be our corner. The federal facility where Maduro is being held is right over there.
Free Maduro! Free Maduro! No more bombs! No more bombs! No more bombs!
No more bombs!
Maduro! Free Maduro! Tax dollars need to be sent in the USA, not in another country. Stop wasting our tax dollars to a country that has nothing to do with us. We don't want to deal with this.
As a result, the international bankers and Wall Street and the imperialists have kidnapped him, and he is now inside this facility. This is absolutely unacceptable. He should be in Venezuela leading his people. And America and Venezuela shouldn't be fighting. They should be friends. We should have trade, international friendship. Maduro is not our enemy. Our enemy is the big corporations and banks that have been destroying the lives of American working families and getting us into war after war after war. These wars don't do anything for the American people. They benefit international bankers and Wall Street, but they do not benefit the American people. We need, in this country, a leader like Maduro that'll stand up to the international bankers, stand up to Wall Street. That's what we need. Free Maduro and learn from Maduro as a great example of an anti-colonial fighter. That's what we need to do. We are the Center for Political Innovation. We're out here to say free Maduro, peace and trade with Venezuela, no new wars, no police state, hands off Venezuela, free Maduro. That's what we're out here to say.
Maduro is not our enemy!
Maduro is not our enemy! Maduro is not our enemy! Maduro is not our enemy! Maduro is not our enemy! Maduro.
I wanted to say I just brought two more CPI members in. So we got Mike, who's in the video here, Reverend Mike, who came up from Miami. We got Noah and Phil. I welcome, and I figure, we can just kind of show the rest of the video, stop at some point, comment on it. But it's good that you all are here. Mike is in Miami, Noah is in Boston, Phil is in New York, and here we go.
Maduro is not our enemy. Maduro is not our enemy. Maduro is not our enemy. We are here because there are multiple wars going on right now. We're tired of Ukraine intervention. We're tired of the genocide, killing innocent children in Palestine. It makes us cry at night. It makes us angry.
Que viva siempre la unidad de Latinoamérica, de Estados Unidos, que sea una América de paz desde Canadá hasta la Patagonia, Chile.
The Metropolitan Detention Center where the hope of Latin America is being locked up right now. And let's make no bones about why Nicolas Maduro has been locked up. They tell us in American media, oh, Nicolas Maduro's a drug dealer. We know who the real drug dealers are in America. That's right. We know it was the pharmaceutical companies who pushed opioids on American citizens.
There's a homeless crisis in our country. There's so much going on in the USA, yet we're like looking at Venezuela. What does that have to do with us? Tell me. Nothing. We had to do America first. Trump is not doing America first. He promised that.
That's
Is
right.
he doing that?
No.
He's not doing that. He is doing America last.
That's right.
He is not doing America first. Like he promised, right?
The reality is that Venezuela has helped its own people. The Venezuelan government has lifted millions of people out of poverty, and it's also helped the American people. When Americans in New York were cold, Venezuela provided heating oil for free to us Americans. Well, how do our authorities repay him?
It was Marco Rubio and his family who were pushing drugs in the United States. It was the cartels that the U.S. government and the CIA pays to sell drugs in America. Those are the real drug dealers. It's not Nicolas Maduro. The reason why they're going after Nicolas Maduro is because he brought jobs to Venezuela. He brought development to Venezuela. He brought education to Venezuela.
Frente a la prisión imperial donde está detenida y encarcelado el presidente de Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro. Nosotros aquí vamos a pronunciar una oración por la libertad del presidente Nicolás Maduro. Padre Celestial, por favor, cuida la integridad física del presidente Nicolás Maduro y de su esposa, la doctora Silvia Flores. El pueblo de Estados Unidos apoya tu libertad. Nosotros estamos en solidaridad con el pueblo bolivariano de Venezuela. Nosotros nos oponemos a los dictados imperiales.
Yeah, I just want to pause the video here for a second, and just, welcome. We got Mike here, we got Phil, we got Noah. And I just want to let people know that we just received 2 contributions. One is a super chat here from Steve. He says, I'm looking forward to participating in outreach in Chicago and help develop the new revolution in economics and culture. Another one just came in on the website. I don't want to say, I guess the name is Mandy, but that could be anybody, right? I don't want to give away anyone's private information. So we've raised $200 so far tonight. I just want to let people know. So that's great. We're off to a great start. We've raised $200. We need to raise about $2,000 to really just offset the costs and make it so the convention goes smoothly. So I'm hoping other people will step up to the plate, but this is really good stuff. We're off to a great start. So before we continue the video, I just want to kind of go around, Mike and Noah were there that day. Phil was, I think he wasn't feeling well that weekend, but he was with us in spirit. So I guess Mike and then Noah and then Phil, do you want to comment on that video a little bit? Mike, go ahead.
No, I thought it was an excellent demonstration. It was right after Maduro was arrested. I mean, the weekend after, it was immediate. It was an immense response. And believe it or not, no matter how small a demonstration, a rally is, the ruling class, they take a note of it. It's important to get out there and act. And it was immediate answer to Maduro's arrest. We were out there protesting, and the fact that it was CPI, I would be very proud, Caleb.
Hey, always doing our best. What did you think, Noah?
Well, the first thing that struck you when you were driving along is because I guess New York City, it's its own planet, it's very densely populated. And so in a lot of places where they would have a federal facility, like a federal prison, right, it would be in in its own area, but it's like it's in the middle of Brooklyn, this very densely populated area, and there's like just down the block, there's a bunch of stores. Another thing you noticed, there was a bunch of people of Latin American descent who were just sort of like hanging out around the jail, and they would make their way over throughout the protest. I guess they were sympathetic to Maduro and they didn't really know what to do, and that's something that they wouldn't show you in American media, right? They'll show you you know, Venezuelan expats who are so bitter and full of hatred for their own people that they're cheerleading the bombing of their own country, but they don't show you the patriotic Bolivarians in Venezuela who are in the streets demanding the return of the president, and they didn't show you the many Latin American people who were outside of the prison at that time. I thought it was funny when we uploaded the video. I uploaded like a little clip of me speaking, and somebody said, you know, no, don't let this guy make you think that he speaks for the Latin American community. And I've never claimed to do that because you know, I'm Korean, I'm not Latino. But there you go. I guess I'm ethnically ambiguous enough. But as far as Latin America's solidarity, I mean, as far the membership of CPI is unparalleled, I would say. You know, we have two members, Mike Martinez and also Ellie out in Chicago, great organizer out in Chicago. We've received awards personally from Fidel Castro. You know, Caleb has met the son of President of Nicaragua, and you know, we've sent delegations to Venezuela. We've monitored the Nicaraguan elections, yeah, I mean. And it was a great demonstration. We got a lot of support, and it was really good to be there. And it was very strange that it was just there, and like you're going down the street, and it's normal street, and then you see like armed guards walking down the street. It was very, very bizarre. It felt very alien.
Yeah. Well, it looks like Phil is having some technical difficulties a little bit, but maybe when he comes back in, we can get his take on things. But I guess we'll continue the video for now because there's still a few more minutes left of the video. It shows when we went around the back also, so that's pretty cool. And this is an open stream, folks. People can join. So yeah, we'll continue.
No one can. No, everybody can have natural resources and oil. Everybody can have a prosperous future. That's what we are trying to stand for here in the Center for Political Innovation. And that's what they don't want you to hear. They don't want you to win. They want you to be stuck, pessimistic, and hopeless. Yeah, dare to struggle, dare to win.
Dare to struggle, dare to win. Dare to struggle, dare to win.
To the CIA that have been smuggling drugs into this country for years, Nicolas Maduro is the leader of Venezuela, and he has led his people to try and be independent and stand up for justice. It's absolutely crazy, absolutely crazy. We are out here to say free Maduro, and lock up the bankers, lock up Wall Street, and free Maduro, 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 free Maduro. Free Maduro now! Free Maduro now! We are here to stand with the president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, who was taken unlawfully from his home, from his country, from his people. How is this a thing? How are we now kidnapping leaders of countries? Is this something we want to be known for in America? No. He knows we're in Ukraine and we're genociding children and women and people in Palestine, and we're not doing anything to stop it. Well, if it just starts with a few of us, then it starts with a few of us. And Nicholas, if you and your wife can hear us, we love you, and we are here from all around the United States because we support you, brother. You need to be out here now. This is inexcusable for the United States government. I am not happy with my government. I love the American people. I love what this country is about. But our government is a huge, huge disappointment. To many of us that have had to live our entire lives either poor or lower middle class, while a handful of people have everything they want every single second of every day. It's not necessary. There's abundance for everyone, but we have to let it happen. God bless you, Maduro. We love you. Free Maduro now!
Free Maduro now! Free Maduro now!
Yeah, that was really awesome. That iconic pose with Mike and Penny giving the fist out in front of the jail gate there. That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. And yeah, so what are your thoughts, Mike? What do you think?
No, I mean, that was an amazing demonstration. I think that we need to do more work like that. But honestly, you know what I'm really thinking right now is I can't believe the BS that the ruling class put out there in order to arrest Maduro. Maduro accused him of narco trafficking. They Noriega-sized, I guess. I'm trying to go back to remember the way that because they first did that to Manuel Noriega in Panama, where they invaded and they kidnapped him and he was in prison. And they attempted to do that with Cuba in the 80s. There was this Cuban hero, a Cuban general that was flirted with Pablo Escobar about drug trafficking, in the Cuban government immediately took care of that. And the BS that Maduro is a narco president is such a lie. And the thing is that Maduro, who was doing the most to, I sincerely believe that Trump and people in the White House right now who are completely corrupt are the real narcos, and they're the ones that are really pushing and moving that stuff, that product, and they needed Maduro to get him out of the way.
Yeah.
They needed to get him out of the way. And now, I don't know if you saw this report about this river in West Virginia, and right outside of this army base that tests for the water in the river tests for super high amounts of cocaine. I mean, it's right now it's crazy. Right now, cocaine is like it's going nuts, and supposedly they were trying to stop. Man, whoever believes that, I mean, come on, that is complete bullshit.
Yeah.
And
well, hey,
Maduro needs to be free.
One of the great things about what we got coming up in Chicago is, Noah, Mike, and some of us, we're going to be in Chicago for 7 days. And just like during our last kind of gathering, we went and visited the jail where Maduro was being held. We have got some surprise protests in Chicago. I'm not saying where, but we actually picked a new one just today. We're already planning to protest the French consulate to stand with Ibrahim Traore and the people of the Sahel in West Africa. We have yet another protest. I'm not going to say where because I don't want the government to plan for us to be there. But we've got a really awesome, iconic location that we're going to be protesting that we just planned, at our meeting this afternoon. I'm very excited for that. We've got a whole week of activities planned. It's going to be a really, really great 7 days of getting to know people and all of that, including the big day, which is the convention on August 15th, and then an informal Q&A session the next day. That's going to be awesome. Some fun activities. I mean, it's going to be a really, really great time. And I am really, really excited to spend a week with, this is my vacation, basically, to spend a week with my comrades in Chicago and do some real activism and bonding and make plans for our organization to swing into action this fall. Noah, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, the general that Mike was referring to, Arnaldo Ochoa, I think his name was, and
Yeah,
yeah,
Arnaldo.
and yeah, and you know, it's so funny. They're constantly accusing anti-imperialist countries of being drug traffickers, but Arnaldo Ochoa, he was executed by firing squad in Cuba. I mean, the anti-imperialist countries in Latin America have the harshest penalties for drug trafficking and drug smuggling because it is the imperialists who are smuggling the drugs. I mean, that's well documented. I mean, you know, we funded the Contras, who are well-known cocaine smugglers, etc. I mean, it's a ridiculous accusation that the idea that Nicolas Maduro is you know, he's trafficking drugs. I mean, in what world? I mean, Venezuela had some of the strictest laws against drugs. I mean, if you want to talk about family values in Venezuela, I mean, you know, Venezuela, is one of the great strongholds of what you would call family values in Latin America. I mean, and that's true of many of the socialist countries in Latin America. I mean, it's just completely ridiculous, and I'm really looking forward to. We're going to be having some great demonstrations in Chicago.
The Bolivarian Revolution is not a revolution like the Cuban Revolution or like the Russian Revolution, where the proletariat took power by storming the heavens and they basically took over. It's not like that. It's basically a political revolution through elections. And Nicolas Maduro comes from the most solid working class background. Nicolas Maduro was out of the leadership of the Bolivarian Revolution. Nicolas Maduro was definitely the vanguard. He was the leader of the bus drivers union. He was a president of a union for a long time. He was a leader, along with Hugo Chavez, of the Movimiento Bolivariano 200, which was on the streets, doing political work door to door in the poor communities. So Nicolas Maduro comes from a real proletarian background. And this action, what Washington has done was not just, I mean, it was very well thought out. It was, and it's a strong blow to the workers, to working people around the world and anti-imperialists around the world, because there was a reason why Hugo Chavez chose Nicolas Maduro. And Hugo Chavez made a whole special where he said, if I am assassinated, I just want the Venezuelan public to understand and know that I would love for them to elect Nicolas Maduro as my
successor.
Correctly. And there's a reason why Chavez chose Nicolas Maduro. And Nicolas Maduro is, it's important for anti-imperialists to get behind his freedom, the movement to free him, because with his leadership in Venezuela, Venezuela was definitely moving in a more revolutionary direction.
Absolutely.
So
you want to talk about social mobility. I mean, you want to talk about what we call the American dream, right? That's what we're all told in school. You know, we're all told in school that America is so great because you little boys and girls in this class, you could all grow up and be president one day. You know, we're so great because anybody could become an elected leader. And meanwhile, you look at the actual leaders of our country. They're people who have been, groomed from birth to be to be agents of the monopolists. They're from millionaire families. I mean, you know, they tried to create this illusion that Obama was somehow a rags to riches story. I mean, in what world is he a rags to riches story? His family owned a bank, and his mother was a CIA agent. You know. Meanwhile, Nicolas Maduro was literally a bus driver and became the leader of the Bolivarian Revolution. Became the leader of one of the largest countries in Latin America, and moreover, he's often attacked for it. If you talk to you know, the Gusanos, or whatever their equivalent, you know, who hate the Bolivarian Revolution, the right wingers in Venezuela. They'll often say, "Oh, it's just such an embarrassment for our country that one of those icky working people, you know, with brown skin, that he got elected." I mean, and these are the people we're supporting. You know, if you want to talk about American values, the values that American people really value, Venezuela is a great example of that. But Caleb, I'm sorry.
Oh, nothing. I just wanted to, once again, thank Alex, Mandy, and Steve. We have raised $200 so far for our convention, which is a huge help because, driving from New York City to Chicago and back, the gas is very high. Renting the house is very expensive and all of that. So we want to raise $2,000 tonight. We're well on our way. We've raised the first 200 already. And that's great. So we want other folks to step up, send a contribution. You can send it on here like Steve did, or you can just go directly on the website and do it. That's another way to do it. Just go to CPI-USA/donate. But I'm going to put on another video that just kind of shows you the community atmosphere at CPI events, which is really important because this is a video we made a little while back that kind of shows the community atmosphere that we have at the different workshops. And so we'll put this on, then we'll talk more about that. So yeah, here we go.
Jumping jacks, and we're good. All right.
So I decided to go to a Chicago workshop, and Caleb explained the economics of why our country is taking us to war. It's part of the economic system of globalism, imperialism.
The thing that struck me was that he was very passionate about what he was saying. He was very passionate.
Be myself and not be judged, for who I am.
I knew about the Trotskyist to neocon pipeline, but I didn't know why that was. I thought it's kind of a mystery. What I found by learning from Caleb is that the common thread is anti-populism. It's a distrust of the vast majority of working people.
The idea of defining capital as profits in command, and that's a brilliant definition to simplify it for people.
To try to actually build a community in the United States and also caring for one another.
I remember looking over the room and I saw all the people in that room. It was a packed room. It was almost 150 people. And there was just this energy of acceptance, of goodwill towards other people. And they could just have a good time. And I remember thinking, this is for me. I could do this. I'd like to do this for my life. I want to be an anti-imperialist.
I was just looking for a real organization, an authentic organization that really wanted to had a positive message and really wanted to build up America.
Have friends who are like-minded in the sense of trying to find the answers of becoming a real anti-imperialist.
So I found it very enlightening, and I was inspired to start my own chapter of CPI up in Minneapolis.
And yes, I was pushed to be a better activist. I was pushed to be more socially oriented. But I was never made to feel like I was a bad person for being the way that I was.
The LA group, what a great team of guys. It's just been such a rewarding experience.
And I've made some great friends along the way.
I remember feeling, for the first time in a long time, like I belonged somewhere. And I was never made to feel like I was a bad person for knowing things. People were interested in talking about the things that I was interested in talking about. And I could speak freely about my opinions, and people were fascinated.
He was talking about someone who drew a picture of him, and it was very funny. It was him in a suit and tie, which is what he was wearing, I think, that day that he was streaming. And he had, in this picture, there was him and his red hair that someone had drawn, and he was like, supposedly like yelling, like, ah, and I thought that was hysterical because they really captured the passion, and I think they were trying to be funny, but he showed that picture, and I hope he shows this picture because I think it's hysterical. It's not like sort of old man yells at cloud, but it kind of has an old man yells at cloud energy. But what he was really yelling at, as I got to know him as a person and look at his streams, was that he was yelling at what this country and what imperialism is doing to the rest of the world. And he was really trying to educate people to that effect. And having that level of passion is going to bring out different sides of you that some people may understand, some people may not get. But I certainly did get it because I have the same fiery, passion as well. So in that, we are all kindred spirits at CPI, but certainly seeing Caleb that first time on YouTube, on his live stream, just going off.
Mao Zedong, the leader of the Chinese Revolution, in one of his speeches, he said, if a person's political line is incorrect, his very soul is incorrect. Now, that's often misquoted or translated as, if a person has the incorrect political line, it is as if he has no soul. Well, I'm going to say that Mao had it backwards. I would say that it's not that if a person has the incorrect political line that he has no soul. I would say that if someone has no soul, then they have the incorrect political line. That's what I would say. And if we are not espousing optimism and hope, we have the wrong political line, no matter what we say. Yeah, that's us. So now, Phil, I know you've had some technical difficulties, but now that you're here with us, I think the first CPI event you ever went to, Phil, was in Vermont. Tell us what that was like for you.
Well, I remember when I first came to you, when you had told me that you were having an event in Vermont, I was, I asked permission to go with you. And the first event that I went to, you taught me about globalism, imperialism. And you taught me, how Marx, Karl Marx basically said and told us what was going to eventually happen in this country, in the West. So at the end of the event, you came and asked me, what I thought about the presentation. And I basically said I learned a lot, and then I think it was a couple of weeks later, that we spoke. And I was like, I don't care, what type of consequences come to me. I says, it's time for me to stand up and do what was right, and then you invited me to join CPI, and ever since, I've met people, that have been my brothers and sisters in arms. I met people like Noah. I met people like Gabby. I met people like Ellie. I met people like Gavin and John. And I honestly feel that CPI is like my second family. We don't judge each other. And if we're having a hard time, there's hands reaching out to help us, and that's what I like about CPI,
Thank you. Thank you, Phil. That means a lot to hear that from you. Thank you very much. I want to welcome David, who is a CPI friend out in Australia, down under, with the Great Southern Discussion Club. Welcome, David. How you been?
Very good. Yourself?
Oh, I'm good. We're just having a special stream here tonight, and Phil just gave a warm tribute to what CPI has been like, how he came to our event in Vermont and really enjoyed it. And we've had Mike, who's been on here and there, and Noah and all of that. And yeah, so we're just kind of getting ready for the convention this year. You were at the convention last year. What were your thoughts?
Oh, I loved it. And I think to meet actually all of you, finally got to meet all of you and work with you. I mean, you've really got a good good team around you working forward. You're all in one direction, and it just everyone has input into it. There's no ego. It's just, or it's not about one person or or one or two people. It's all just one team moving forward. I think it's a fantastic environment that's been created here, and it's very welcoming as well. And of course, the educational classes we had at the time where we were staying was very informative. It was always good to be, even though we tend to build our knowledge over time, it's good to have some of those reminders we tend to forget and think, oh, that's right. Keep reminding ourselves. So it's nice to have that refresh as well. But it was a great bunch of people. I really enjoyed every part of that. I won't be there this year to do security for you on the door, but hey, that's
great job with the metal detector there. That was great.
Yeah, I was wondering what the hell was going on. Being from Australia, we're not very rarely you'd see that. But it's it was still a lot of fun, that, and it was interesting array of speakers as well. And obviously I've never met them. I've only heard about them through media and social media and shows like this. However, I mean, to actually meet them in person, met who was it from the Ururu movement that spoke there last year?
Kabbalah.
Yeah, to finally meet him. So, and I asked him for some material as well I can pass on to people here, and especially more Indigenous people. But they say, here, have a look at this. Have a read of this and see what your thoughts are. I haven't had any response, but they took the material quite well. Wow, this is exciting stuff to read. So you never know. Hopefully, I'll put something out. Give them some different various views and ideas how they can go about things as well. But it was a pleasure being over there, and obviously too, you don't hear much about Australia and about our perspective on things on world events either. So it was good to actually throw that Australian perspective into it, especially now.
A Eureka flag, which we still have, right? A symbol of the anti-British Empire revolt of the working class of Australia. That was a pretty neat.
Well, you could basically say that, yeah. And I think it's a lovely looking flag too. Actually, I do like it. It's quite unique. I think at the moment, I mean, our big struggle now, is against the rule of international finance. We have the Israeli lobby infiltrating all levels of government now. They have what we call a Royal Commission into anti-Semitism. So basically, if you speak out any anti-imperialism, they want to actually class every anti-imperialist as anti-Semitic. They're trying to do that. So it's not just federal government, it's also state and local government as well. Law affairs, they're trying now to lobby to also education departments, health, but basically make your life very, very hard indeed. But they want to have a look at everyone's aspects, not just in certain important government departments, but everywhere. And basically, forcing you to lose your job is because you might take a pro-Palestine position or any position that goes against the government narrative at the time. Another big item that's come out as well is just how involved our military personnel have been involved in the war in Iran. With the sinking of the ship out off Sri Lanka earlier this year by an American submarine, we had Australian personnel on it. Now, you're not going to believe this, but the official narrative was, the Australian personnel were told to go to their bunkers while we'll attack this ship. But I mean, if you could believe that, I had the Sydney Harbour Bridge up for sale for $20. But it's completely crazy. But it is known now that Australia is entwined in these conflicts. It's not about it, but
so explain that. You said that they said that while the ship was being attacked, they told the Australians to go to their bunkers. What does that mean? Explain.
Well, like on a submarine or a ship, you've got your sleeping quarters or your bunkers there. That I think that if anyone believed that it was a US submarine, but it had Australian personnel serving on it.
Okay,
and that's the whole idea of this whole entwine. We're basically, our military sovereignty has been forgone to the Pentagon.
Yeah, recently, they're trying to get to forcibly basically sell Australia like nuclear submarines. They want Australia to hold nuclear submarines as basically a threat to China. I mean, how does that benefit the people of Australia? You know what I mean? I mean, look at the economic benefit that people of Indonesia have gotten from working with China, or the people of, you know, and instead, you know, they just want Australia to be a military outpost against. And I'm sure there's a lot of anti-China sentiment because of that, and because of a lot of people may be skeptical of Chinese investment. Could you speak to that, or maybe attitudes of the Australian people?
Well, first of all, the AUKUS deal, which is going to cost more than $368 billion for us. We're not going to see one single submarine out of it. That looks like the prediction is, because, I mean, the shipyards in the US where they've all been manufactured, they can't even produce the quota. They need to replace their own fleet, let alone actually supply new submarines for us anyway. The other thing is, as well, they were talking about bringing these rusting old hulks of submarines have been sitting in dock. You know, they've been decommissioned, recommissioning, giving them to us basically, and they're just going to be extra worthless, nothing. But it's nothing to do with the defence of Australia at all. It's all about actually really threatening China's the trading routes or sea routes in the South China Sea, threatening China, trying to enclose them in. Nothing to do with any protection at all. The anti-China sentiment that comes out, that's been billowing out for the last 10 years, and really disgusting as well. They're our largest trading partner. And just for a little fact, if any Australians watch this, but what saved us in the late 2000s with the global financial crisis, what saved the Australian economy was socialism with Chinese characteristics. Our trading partner pulled us out of that, and we kept going while the rest of the world declined. So, I mean, you know, they want to attack China, but they're our biggest trading partner. But we're going to see the repercussions out of that. We're going to see ourselves cut off from trade even further, and particularly cut off from the rest of Southeast Asia, which is pretty much our region anyway. That's where we tend to look. That's where we tend to want to belong. We want to have, most Australians want to get on with their lives in peace and that. We don't need the threat of war over us. But the media, along with elements of a huge element of the ruling class, and internet, and of course out of Wall Street in London, barking on this war drive to have war with China. The thing is, we're going to be used as a proxy along with South Korea and Japan as well. And we're basically one of the ones who are going to be are going to wear the damage for that. So that's it's certainly a frightening thing, but a lot more is coming out now how we're entwined in the whole pro-imperialist war agenda. I mean, from Pine Gap, which was just recently, there was a convergence on the Pine Gap spy base in Central Australia. We had solidarity rallies both in Melbourne and out of other capital cities on that same day as well. But what's coming out now, it's not a voluntary union or an invite of the US being involved in the spy thing. It was actually basically an order. We need that now, and they operate it. We really don't even have a say on how that's run. So you could see what we used as a colony, basically as a form of a colony, or as a proxy for further war. And the big concern is now a lot of the economy, if they want to reboot, everything's going into military spending, and that's not a way to actually regrow or rebuild your economy. And that it was.
It's that 360. If I may ask, David, is that 368 billion Australian dollars or American dollars?
Australian dollars, but that's still quite a fair bit. Yeah, and that 360 have been spent elsewhere. That we're talking about reindustrialising, regrowing Australia. That could have been put into that instead. But no, we would have put in these 9 submarines, which we'll probably never see one single submarine from that.
Yeah, well, I do want to, thank, Dan, our member, he's trying to connect his device right now, and Tim from LA is back, and Mike is here in Miami, and David is on Australia, and Phil is in New York, and Noah's in Boston. A lot of people are coming in. I want to remind people that the reason we're doing this kind of mega open stream is because we do need to raise money because we're having our convention. And so far, I want to thank Alex, Mandy, and Steve, because we got, great contributions, from them. We have raised about $200 so far. Our goal is to raise $2,000. So if somebody else can step up and send us a couple hundred or send us whatever they can, that would be appreciated. And it is an open stream, so anyone can join. There's the link below. The next thing I wanted to do is that, CPI, we have been really the only organization in America that has been stepping up to have solidarity with one particular anti-imperialist country. That's North Korea. And Noah actually just did a great video about our support for North Korea. I want to show that video that Noah did. But then I also want to bring on Phil, because Phil, we have been working. There's an important friend of North Korea who's been arrested in South Korea, and we've organized around that. And I think Phil mentioned he had an update on that case as well. So we're going to show Noah's video that he did about our solidarity with the DPRK, and then we'll go from there and have more conversation. But if people can take the time to send us a contribution, if people want to join, right, the more the merrier, right? You can get up at least to 10 people in StreamYard at once. So we got spot for 4 more people to pile in. And let's just have fun. So I'm going to put on Noah's video. And after that, we'll keep talking. Dare to struggle, dare to win, everybody. We've got plenty more to do. So here's Noah and his video about our solidarity with North Korea.
Recently, this article was published in the Wall Street Journal admitting to the tremendous economic growth that is happening right now on the Korean Peninsula, in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, in North Korea, which has sparked a profound amount of new interest in the DPRK. And it's worth pointing out that no group has done more to promote the truth about the DPRK and to stand with them, to stand with the people of Korea in America, than the Center for Political Innovation. Even before the Center for Political Innovation was founded, Caleb Maupin, our founder, was leading rallies in New York City to oppose the disgusting propaganda film Red Dawn while Occupy Wall Street was happening, waving the North Korean flag and storming into the AMC movie theater to make the point that Red Dawn was a disgusting propaganda film that made it seem as if the Koreans were warlike people that wanted to attack the United States, when in reality, the Korean people have suffered like no other people under the boot of U.S. imperialism, have seen their country divided, and that the people of Korea do not want the United States occupying the southern half of the Korean peninsula. A year later, when Caleb went to Quito, Ecuador for the World Festival of Youth and Students, he was able to meet with young people who were part of the Kim Il-sung youth. And he talks about how meeting young people from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, meeting professional revolutionaries, was a life-changing experience for him. And it started him on the journey that would lead him to founding something like the Center for Political Innovation, as he saw Americans who called themselves anti-imperialists refusing to do the work that is so important. In 2023, we at the Center for Political Innovation were outside the White House with a huge banner that read, "Finish what Trump started, peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula." And later that year, we sponsored the New York City Peace March with Manhattan Family Church. We attended the World Youth Festival in Sochi, Russia in 2024. And when we did, we published a special book about peace on the Korean Peninsula and the opportunity for a peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula, a journey of hope. And when we spoke at an official UN press conference beforehand, raising the Uhuru case, we also talked about our hopes for the Korean Peninsula. I, in fact, personally was involved in that.
Noah Shank, he will speak from there.
Hey everybody, my name is Noah Shank, and one of the reasons that I am so excited to be able to join the World Youth Festival is that we will be able to meet with youth from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Right now, it is illegal to travel to the DPRK under US law, and that's really unfortunate in light of the escalations on the Korean Peninsula. We have to remember that the DPRK is a nuclear-armed country, and the these escalations, they could be very dangerous. That's why I think it's so important that, in combination with the fact that I, as a Korean American, feel a deep kinship with the Korean people, and I want to see them joined, that's why it's so important for us to meet with them. We've published a book to give to them, and we want to really show them that there are Americans in the United States who do not hate the North Koreans. Not only do we not hate them, but we respect them. We admire their revolutionary tradition. We admire how they showed support for the Palestinian people in their struggle for liberation. We admire how they welcomed the Black Panther Party into their country and showed support for Black liberation and for the liberation struggles around the world. It's just going to be a real honor to be able to meet with them.
Thank you very much.
During the World Youth Festival in Sochi, one of our members spoke on a panel with representatives from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, where they talked about the future of youth movements in the world and the role that youth can play in a world beyond US-backed globalism, imperialism. During the 2024 elections, we held our Peace MAGA campaign going outside of Madison Square Garden and going outside of Trump's inauguration, which was featured in a number of major media outlets as we stood there with 10-foot banners that read, "Only peace will make America great again." It had a banner of Trump and Kim Jong-un shaking hands. And there was a touching moment where Koreans gathered around it as we handed out pamphlets about our vision for a world beyond US-backed globalism, imperialism. More recently, we have started distributing a pamphlet en masse which tells the story of Kim Il-sungya, a flower that grows exclusively in the DPRK and was originally a symbol of the friendship between the people of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and of Indonesia, and how we would love to see a day when Americans could have access to such a flower, when sanctions on the DPRK are lifted. We also do weekly Juche study groups and have recently published Juche for American Workers, which hopes to educate Americans about the ideology of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. And as anti-imperialists, we also see within our own ideology of innovationism aspects of the Juche ideology, and we draw on the Juche ideology in many ways. Both of our ideologies have come out of the legacy of Marxism and of Marxism-Leninism and what communism and the anti-colonial struggles of the 20th century meant to the people of the world. But we also go one step further. Although we acknowledge Marxism as a part of our heritage, we speak to the aspects of human beings as a creative species. Kim Il-sung said that human beings are unique and that we are social beings who embody the spirit of creativity. And we, as innovationists at the Center for Political Innovation, very much believe that as well. We also strive for a strong and independent country that can stand for its own, beyond the system of globalism, imperialism, and the bankers that have kept us poor. So if you are interested in solidarity with the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, if maybe you've read this article at the Wall Street Journal, or you've read articles that admit the amazing economic gains that the people of Korea were able to achieve for themselves. For example, the BBC article, which mentions the economic miracle that happened on the Korean Peninsula. If you have come to understand the lies that have been told to us by US media about the people of Korea, then you may want to consider joining the Center for Political Innovation, because if there is an organization in the United States that is the DPRK solidarity organization, it is the Center for Political Innovation.
Very good. That was a great video, Noah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also thought that was a great talk at the World Youth Festival.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you enjoyed the UN press conference. I don't know. I think I've come a long way since then. It's always sort of cringe to hear yourself speaking, but but yeah, and we had our member speak with on a panel with the DPRK. It was originally supposed to be Caleb, but he had to go meet Putin. So unfortunately that took precedent at the time. We had to go through all the background checks and stuff like that. But
Hey, Caleb, if you allow me to just say, and I think it's so important for people to give and donate for Chicago and for the work CPI is doing. I mean, out of all the organizations on the left, out of all the communist groups, revolutionary groups, all these groups, when the FBI came after Uhuru, I mean, I'm surprised that a lot of people did not show out. But I was not surprised to see Caleb there. I knew he was going to be there. And I think it's super important that CPI was always there from the beginning, supporting Chairman O'Malley and Uhuru. And now the FBI has slapped all these subpoenas on Code Pink and for the same stuff. I mean, they should have been out there. We all should. All of these groups should have been out there in solidarity and showed unity, and that would have put a proper front for struggle against the state. But they, all the little sectarian and all this hate, that this negativity. Caleb, I mean, I applaud that you never participated. I've known you from the whole time that I've known you. You never once paid any attention to any of it. And if it's necessary, and if it's a struggle that is important for working people, for working families, that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna be. And now it's proven. I mean, this is when it's like we got the receipts. All you guys talk the talk, but look, we've walked the walk, and we got the receipts. And I mean, it's this is why I feel such a kinship with Caleb, and I think that for black revolutionaries in the black community, they should support CPI in the work that we're doing. And I'm not saying that everybody go ahead and join, but at least it's very important. If you got it right now, I would say, man, just put it in your heart to donate. I'm one of those people that I really need help to get up there to Chicago. I'm very low income. I'm struggling right now. I've been an activist here on the left in Miami, and unfortunately, I chose to be very visible on the press and being the, a very visible pro-Castro Cuban in Miami. It has made it very hard for me to get employment in even regular places and stuff like that. So, and even when I do get jobs, after a couple months, after a month, 2 months, 3 months, something always happens where somebody brings up my activism or something like that. And it's I had to curate my Facebook page so that a lot of things are private, because before, for many years, I worked in labor and in the unions and in the labor movement, where my political activism wasn't a problem for my employment. But now that I don't work for the labor movement and that I'm seeking employment just, privately, publicly, I can't, man, it's like if I'm blacklisted out here. So
that's why it's so important, I think, for CPI to grow. And we should have an organization that's capable of employing people like Mike to be a full-time activist. You know what I mean? He should be, and we need to come out of August really strong. I mean, I can relate a little bit. It's a little bit hard to find employment as a pro DPRK Korean as well. But,
I remember that. They look at your video, Noah. Yeah, this is who we're gonna. I mean,
while we're on the topic of Korea, we have been out there supporting one of the biggest advocates of peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula, which is Dr. Hak Jahan, and Phil is very involved in that. So while Phil explains, there's some updates on the case. I'm actually going to put it on silent, just show the video of a rally we helped organize in Times Square this winter. He was out in the snow. We were out there supporting the mother Dr. Hak Jahan, and I'm going to give Phil an opportunity to update on that case because we've done important work around that. Phil, do you want to go ahead and give us an update on that case?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say really quick before I go into the case, like Caleb mentioned, CPI has been very involved with trying to get the message out about Dr. Hak Jahan Moon and her efforts to bring peace to the peace and unification of the Korean Peninsula. That is one of the major goals of Dr. Hak Jahan. So basically, she was arrested back last year, for giving political contributions and gifts to the then President Yoon. And she was arrested, brought out of her hospital bed where her doctors were saying she needed a minimum of 30 days bed rest after having a major heart procedure for a diagnosed atrial fibrillation. She was dragged into the special prosecutor's office and questioned for over 15 hours by the special prosecutor's office. When she came out from questioning, she actually had to be brought out in a wheelchair. And when she was brought out, she had to face a gang of reporters from the Korean media. No police protection, no protection to be able to get into her vehicle to go home. Then she was arrested and charged with violating Korean law, and immediately she was placed into the Seoul Detention Center. As the prosecutor said, she was a flight risk from prosecution, even though the Korean government invalidated her passport and she was still sick, and needed rest from her heart procedure. She has been hospitalized multiple times since her detention in the Seoul Detention Center. So basically, she has been in the detention center since last year. Back, I believe it was in January, she had to be brought back into the hospital because her health was deteriorating. The court granted multiple extensions of her hospitalization because it was felt and said by her doctors if she was brought back into the detention center, her health would continue to deteriorate. Now, I was updated by a member of our church who I cannot mention their name because I don't have her permission to do so. But her detention was extended once again. It was originally thought that she was brought back to the detention center, but it came to light that her hospitalization was extended. Then, I believe it was a little bit ago, I was notified that once she left from the hospital, that she was going to be granted medical bail to be able to go back to either the hospital or her home to continue her rest until she went for sentencing because the trial was declared over a couple of weeks ago. Her sentencing is scheduled for August 31st, and it is looking like the Korean government is going to give her a very harsh sentence. The prosecutors from the Special Prosecutor's Office requested 13 years of imprisonment, which, with her being 83 years old, is a very harsh sentence. And in my opinion, she may not come out of the prison because of her age and her medical issues. So I found out just yesterday that once she leaves the hospital, she is going to be taken back to the Seoul Detention Center, I believe, until the 14th or the 15th of August. And then her attorneys and the prosecutor and Dr. Hak Jahan will be back in court to discuss whether she can be placed onto medical bail for the remainder of the time where the judge makes his decision on sentencing. Again, I want to state that her sentencing is scheduled for August 31st, and that the Korean Special Prosecutor's Office has asked for 13 years imprisonment. Now, I do also want to state that all of the witnesses that the Special Prosecutor's Office brought forth into court have recanted their testimony, stating that they were pressured by the Special Prosecutor's Office and basically, given lighter sentences, or were told that they were going to be released on the version of what we call parole here in the U.S. So basically, that's the update that I have right now. There have been international non-governmental organizations that have raised alarm, as well as religious organizations. I did attend a rally in Washington, D.C. Several months ago when the ambassador for South Korea was in Washington, D.C. to meet with President Trump. We were very respectful, and the rally was extremely successful. So, like I said, there are international non-governmental organizations that have submitted reports to the United Nations and have said that her detention is illegal, is immoral, and violation of international health law. It is also a violation of South Korean law as well, because under South Korean law, a person, especially one with special medical issues, can only be detained in a detention center for a X number of days before being granted medical bail, or being released on their own recognizance. So that's the update that I have for today. I have been following this case extremely closely. And as CPI, we have been out there on the front lines with the Unification Church, trying to bring the plight of Dr. Hak Jahan Moon, who, like I said, has had to been hospitalized multiple times. She's an 83-year-old grandmother who has been injured multiple times and has to have medical treatment that the Seoul Detention Center could not provide. So that's my update for tonight.
Yeah, well, and on this channel, we interviewed Luke of 12 Gates, about the case. And that interview actually made a big splash. And it's going to be going up on multiple YouTube channels from Britain Actually, I just found out, and that really made a difference. And again, this is a person who is important to North Korea, very important to North Korea. Every year for her birthday, North Korea sends her a big gift. Every year on the anniversary of her late husband's passing, they send a big gift. And in fact, right before he died, her late husband was given the Medal of Reunification by Kim Il-sung, by Kim Jong-il, who was alive at that time. So it's very, very important. So thank you for the update on that case. I see Dan from LA has joined us. How's it going, Dan? Oh,
Dan is muted. There we go. Oh, still can't hear him.
No, we can't hear you, Dan. We can't hear you. But yeah. But Dan from LA is with us, and we showed earlier with Tim about like the first half or so of the LA video. Very impressive stuff. Hey, Dan. Oh, you muted again. We heard you, and then you muted again. Hey, Dan, can you hear us? We can't hear you. We're not getting any audio. Yeah. Yeah, we're not getting any audio from you, Dan. We can get your picture. Your picture is very clear, but we're not getting your audio. So try to come back out and back in.
But yeah, we can't hear the.
Can't hear you. So maybe come out and go back in, so we can get. The audio.
Dan, you could try exiting and then re-enter the chat. Maybe that'll work.
Yeah.
Also, check the permissions on your browser. There's that too. Sometimes it blocks stuff.
Yeah.
Caleb, if I can, may I just say one more thing?
Okay, what's up?
I do want to say that I am a member of the Unification Church, and that I have been following this case, and there are groups that are putting out that they feel the arrest and illegal detention of Dr. Hak Ja-han Moon is for her efforts to unite the Korean Peninsula and her work to bring the DPRK closer to South Korea. So,
yeah. Well, I think we see this as nothing but political retaliation. I mean, the charges against her are very trumped up. She gave a handbag to somebody. I mean, it's very, very much trumped up. And there was just a coup attempt in South Korea, and this is part of the manipulation. The USA is always talking about election meddling. Well, the USA meddles in election and politics all over the world. And this is somebody who's been there for North Korea, and as anti-imperialists, we want to be there for her, and it's that simple. Yes. So thank you for that. Yeah, thank you. We want to put on a couple. I think while we're waiting for Dan to figure things out, there's probably a couple more videos we can show of CPI activities that we've done over the years, or just recently that we've done. To stand with people around the world to build up our anti-imperialist movement. I do want to remind people that what we're doing here is we're doing a stream, and we're basically, we've got the convention of the Center for Political Innovation coming up on August 15th. And it's going to be big, and we are trying to raise the funds. And so far, we've raised about $225. Our goal is to raise $2,000. An additional $2,000 for the convention. So we really appreciate everyone who's given a contribution so far. Alex, Mandy, Steve, David, we really appreciate it. But if people could go to the link and donate, cpiusa.org/donate, or you can do a super chat like Steve did. We appreciate that. We're just trying to get the funds together to have a successful convention this fall, not this fall, this August, in 15 days. We're 15 days out from the convention. So that's what this stream is about. So let's see if Dan is able to, no, it still says device not connected. We'll see about that, but maybe we can put on another video here, just showing some of our activities that we've done. Maybe I can show the video of last year's convention. We did kind of a short video with music showing last year's convention. In the video, you can see David from Australia doing security. This is the video showing what last year's convention was like. So this is kind of the overview video of last year's convention. We'll put that on. And that'll let people know what we're planning for this year. It'll be a similar event, different location, different speakers and guests, but, same message of anti-imperialism. We want to pause the video here for a minute because Penny is actually on break from work. We want to bring Penny in to talk while she's free. I know she's very busy. So Penny, we want to bring you on. Thanks for taking time during your break time at work. Let me just remove the video here and put you in the center of the screen. Welcome, Penny. How's it going?
Good. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Good. Yeah. Yeah, I'm at American Eagle. You can see that. So yeah, I just having fun. I've been thinking about my skit the whole time at work, and I'm gonna put it together with the two female revolutionaries in the Mexican Revolution. I'm having fun. So wanted to say hi. Yeah. What do you want me to talk about?
Well, I don't know. I mean, we're on here, just kind of raising awareness about the convention, hoping that people will donate to help us cover the, the costs. We want to raise an additional $2,000. We've already raised $225, which is a good step in the right direction. But we're just trying to offset the costs and all of that. And as you can see, I mean, we have, Mike from Miami who's coming in. We got the LA team who's coming in, and, you're on break at your job,
right.
And so. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, your son is going to come with you, right?
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, Angel's coming. He's excited. We're going to have fun. Gabby's renting a car, so she's going to take us around for the 2 days before the convention.
Okay.
So we got lots of fun playing. I had fun doing my chocolate speech this morning at Toastmasters, talking about the economic system of chocolate in West Africa and all that. So I'll have that up probably tomorrow. So it was good. I had some people from West Africa that started a conversation about it. So that was a success. I had fun doing it. And then it started a conversation about imperialism in France and Africa. So that was a success. That's what you do. And it was perfect. So that was fun.
Very good. Very good. Yeah. And what's the atmosphere like there in Minneapolis? I know the Somali community, a lot of them, when you were out there on Somali Independence Day, a lot of them were sympathetic to Ibrahim Traore and such.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't talk to a lot of Somalians, but I do have a Somalian in one of my Toastmasters club. And so she's really happy about Traore, and we get to talk about different subjects. So, I'm in 4 different clubs now. but every club has a different atmosphere. But it's fun to. I mean, when you talk to someone who's young, generally they kind of understand. The older generation, a lot of them are not really talkative. They're kind of in their own bubble. But yeah, I mean, most people from Africa, when you get into a conversation, if they know who Troy is, then it's a good conversation. So yeah.
Yeah, at our event in January, you set up a great display about the achievement.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna have another display based on my book that's coming out, AES Effect. The AES Effect, how the Alliance of Sahel States is creating a new world order. So we'll have that on display and have a quiz about different things and prizes. And Gary's going to talk about the Belt and Road and what we could have if we had a government of action that fights for working families. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Gabby and I are doing a skit about the Mexican Revolution and women that started a mass movement. So that's what they fear. They fear the masses. They fear the masses.
Very good. Very good. Well, thanks for taking time out of your break.
Okay. Good talking to you. Bye.
Yeah. Thanks. Thank you.
Bye.
And bye-bye. Thank you. And Dan, are you working? Does it work for you, Dan? Can you hear us? Can you give us audio? It's not letting me put Dan in the center here. Why is it not? That's odd, right? Dan, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Dan? Dan? We can't hear him. Dan, can you hear us? Nope. Oh, no, it says he entered the studio again. So how is Dan's on two angles? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, on two cameras. Two camera Dan. All right.
Yes,
Can you hear us now? Here you are.
Yes. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, sir. We can hear you. How's it going?
Good. It's been crazy trying to get on this on my desktop, but this I guess the sound and the image that's working is coming through my phone. So okay, but I'm here. Here I am.
Great.
So
yeah. Well, we were showing earlier, that great speech. You started off the LA video. We showed the first half of it with the great speech. It started off with that great speech you gave at the KPFK event. That was pretty cool. And showed a lot of the outreach. So I wanted to continue the video from LA that you sent, and maybe you can tell us more about what's in the video. Does that sound good?
Sounds good.
All right, let's continue the LA video.
Have water until April at the earliest. But we didn't have power until the day before Valentine's Day, and then the day of before Valentine's Day, we had a mudslide and a flood at the same time, and so I had to evacuate my house the third time. I'm on the Facebook groups and stuff all the time, constantly absorbing stories and situations of other demons in my area. But even with that, I couldn't count in one hand people that are selling that I've seen say that out loud. I imagine some of them are a little embarrassed or a little feeling shame over them deciding to sell and simply haven't made it public. I have heard some numbers come out currently that as of now about a quarter or 25% of people who have been asked or polled, I'm not sure how they've done it, are feeling like they're going to have to sell.
Looks like the fire department is also involved here. Looks like people are in line waiting for some services. They've had 800, I think, up to even 1,200 people staying here. Some of this work the community should not be doing. Yeah. That's why we need a government of action. Fight for working families. It takes action for the working families in need. Look at this. I mean, where's the government, right? People are doing this. But what's the government going to think now? We don't have to do anything because the people are doing it? Is that the thing? Look at the shoes. Hello, everybody. This is Dan and Steve.
Yeah, I think it was Dan. It was Dan. We're getting feedback from. But anyway, we'll continue. Yeah, maybe Dan, come back in on your other phone. Come back in on your phone. We were getting a lot of feedback from your phone, but this is great stuff about the LA fires.
And we are here at the LA Times Festival of Books. What do you think, Stephen? What's your first impression?
So, I think one instance that really stood out to me was when we were in conversation with members of the Worldwide Socialist Web, and we were talking to a number of people from there. We had discussed people such as Putin and the future of the anti-imperialist movement, and we were also having discussions with them on the position of CPI within the anti-imperialist movement. And we had some disagreements, but I think overall we came away with a pretty good understanding of the other side, and we are also confident that we represented CPI in a very positive light and manner.
We need a serious alternative, which is the Center for Political Innovation. No war with China, Russia, and Iran. Stop killing in Palestine, Yemen, Syria. Stop fascism and Nazism in Ukraine. Supporting round 3 of Bernie means you may need, or you definitely need, therapy. And no wars on behalf of Israel. Let's see where they're okay. And don't bomb Iran and Yemen. Money for American families. The U.S. out of NATO. Center for Political Innovation. Of course, we are CPIUSA.org. And we need government action for working families, and that takes a movement. So join us in LA if you want to go to a private event and workshop on May the 24th, 2025.
All right. Dan, fill in the blanks for us. Fill in the blanks.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, my internet is just the slowest and worst I think it's ever been today. It's crazy. That was the very first compilation that I put together of clips that we had initially when we started this chapter here in LA in the fall of 2024. And that was, of course, after we had met, at the Unification Church earlier in the year, finally had met. So you see literally the evolution of it, it really came together that first night when Ishmael came to the KPFK town hall. That was really the first night. And I was able to talk to the radio community about the organization. And then you saw initially we had coffee meetups in Pasadena to start discussing, what we wanted to do. And then our very first action was literally, we thought, let's do it. This is Pasadena. Let's do the Rose Parade on January the 1st, to make that our first official action. And we talked to people there. We had one sign, and there were 4 of us. And then I connected, as you know, with the community in Altadena that experienced the fires. So I did an interview with one of the leading activists working with multiple groups. Now there's up to 200 different groups actually in just in the Altadena, Pasadena area alone that are doing all kinds of assistance programs for various kinds of needs, which, I mean, when you have 200 groups, right? 200 groups addressing different issues of people that lost their homes in just one community because of the fires. That tells you that the community is politically engaged in some ways. So when we finally found out the center, Stephen and Joey and I found the center where they base most of their operations, most of these groups, and we visited it, and eventually I will have a video about that. And it's pretty eye-opening when you see a map of Altadena and how so many properties were damaged, if not destroyed. It'll just blow your mind. It blew my mind, blew our mind. We were just like going, wow. And yet also you drive around, and just like in that video you saw there that my friend Courage provided us, there's some inconsistencies there too, where you see, and I even noticed that the Pacific Palisades, when I had a beach party to go to last weekend, some of the palm trees, had charred, they look charred, and others look normal. And why is it that a house can burn down, but your palm trees are okay? I mean, it's like just something kind of weird about that. You can have all kinds of conspiracy theories about it, but so there's a lot of work going on, and that's encouraging to see, although it's sad to see house after house after house being rebuilt, or people not even ready to do that yet, and who knows what the circumstances are there. Hopefully they've been able to get around BlackRock, and whenever I've had a chance to talk to people, they've already told me, oh yeah, we already know about this. They know about BlackRock, or they know about these phone calls that are coming. Like, we're not dealing with these people. We're going to get an RV and stay with our property. That's it. And I thought, I'm glad. So the information's getting to you. I'm glad to hear that. So these people may be the kinds of people that would be, CPI, that when the time is right, maybe when they get on their feet a little bit more, they'll be ready to listen more. And then you saw the first kind of, I think, political thing that we did. I couldn't pass it up. I mean, when you hear about, fight oligarchy, Bernie Sanders, AOC, Joan Baez, and funded by the oligarchy, I couldn't resist. So we went down there, and we were on the outskirts of it. We didn't go inside, and because we wanted to talk to people milling around and walking around, which we did. And because, sometimes people go to these events just like No Kings because they don't know where else to go. They want to find somebody to talk to. And I think that that's one of the many things that we can do in our outreach and actions is just be there and say, hey, there's somebody here that really doesn't want to hang out with the RCP or the PSL or wants to be skeptical of this whole thing and what's going on now. We're here. And you can come and talk to us. And so that's that's I guess that's where it left off. The video that I'm going to show at the convention will also cover maybe even something that we're going to do this weekend. There's one more thing to add to the video, but it is just chock full of all kinds of a variety of different things that we've done throughout also the rest of 2025 and then 2026 so far. Some are only clips that are maybe 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Some are a little longer. It's a lot. It's even like blown me away how much work that we've done because we've been and this team, Ishmael and Tim, I and even Joey, who comes all the way from the West Side on a consistent basis, which believe me is rare for people on the West Side to consistently trek around the city. It is just remarkable group of people, to work with, and looking forward to expanding that. We're getting our image, our presence is out there. As you know, Ishmael has been a long advocate with the bookstores. Tim and I are becoming more active in that. So they're getting to know us on a personal level. And that's a good thing, because again, we definitely feel that when the time comes, people are going to be disillusioned or unemployed or just intellectually ready for something like CPI, to actually not just say they support it, but and I, in my own personal life, I know for a fact, actions are louder than words. So even though I'm not saying that there isn't sincerity, when people say, "Oh, CPI is great. You guys are doing great work," and yada yada, I've heard that with the landmine community. I've heard that with you know, the Occupy Wall Street thing. Like, thank you for doing that, man. That's great. You know, like, okay. In my mind, I'm thinking you could get involved too. You know, and but I refrain from saying that. But yeah, I can see that coming. We're in those ways we're planting seeds. We're planting seeds for people to say, "Hey, we're here. You know, we're building it." And when you know that old expression that says, "When you build it, they will come."
Yeah.
I think that will happen.
Yeah.
But
Well,
we have
one
to.
way that people can get involved is to donate. You know, if people can send a contribution, I'm getting feedback here. I think is that, yeah, from Dan. But yeah, one way people can get involved is to send a contribution. That's why we're doing this mega stream here today. We got like about another hour left. We're going to be on here. So far, we have raised $225 has come in, and that's great. But our goal, we're hoping between now and the 15th to raise $2,000 more dollars. So we got about we got about 1775 left. Which 1775 is the year the American Revolution started. The Declaration was in 1776, but the shooting actually started in 1775, the Battle of Lexington and Concord. So that's how much left we have towards our goal, 1775. So I'm hoping that somebody watching right now can send us a couple $100 or send us $10 or $25 or $50. Go to donate to support our work. CPI USA/donate. It'll take you to the Stripe, and you can send us a contribution. I want to give Tim a chance to talk about what we just heard as an LA member. Also, Tim, what were some of your associations with some of the video that Dan just showed us?
Well, although it was before, most of it was before I joined, because I mean, I followed you guys for a long time.
I think he's muted. He's muted.
Am I muted?
No, we can hear him.
We can hear you.
Okay. Yes, I followed you guys a long time in the pandemic, and then just all of a sudden, when I heard you were coming to LA, and then I heard from another friend that he was telling me about it, I was pumped. I was like, okay, I'm going to go to this. And then I ended up joining, and I'm really glad I did, because I had no idea there was an LA chapter, but you guys have been super active since the inception. And just one of the problems I've been having is that there's good organizers in certain specific niches, but I mean, a lot of these parties are just very sectarian and just are infighting, and I didn't really agree with their lines. And I think you guys have had the correct line. And even if you didn't, because it's not a party structure, I think that gives us more flexibility to figure out what the needs are of a revolution in the United States, to figure out what is more culturally appropriate. And I've been fortunate enough to meet pretty much all the people in the videos, whether it's Joey, Patrick, and many of the other people, as well as obviously with Ishmael and with Dan and Ishmael and Stephen. And I'm just grateful to work with them. And I think we've had a tremendous impact going back to, so we've been talking to all kinds of different people we disagree with, and we had some reasonable discussions. For example, about the Shin Yun stuff, it was more civil than I expected, but the majority of the audience, they're going to need a lot of outreach to convince them. They're not necessarily working class, but every little bit helps. But I think like the stuff we've done in Pasadena, like at Altadena, so I went to a later festival, and then there was a real community built there. And actually there was a fan of Ibrahim Traore that we ran into. He's a very friendly guy. He was moving to Africa, but very friendly gentleman. And yeah. Dan, you could comment more on the earlier parts of the video. There were some that were your specialization that you could really talk about in depth.
Noah, you were saying something?
Oh, I was just going to say, well, John was just at the Uhuru National Convention, and their Latin America solidarity people, their Cuba solidarity people, just could not stop gushing. And I think Mwezi as well said some very wonderful things about CPI LA and about Tim specifically, and about how dedicated Tim has been throughout his life. I mean, Tim and Dan have been activists their whole life, and it sort of speaks to
how special CPI is, because these are people who have been activists with other groups their whole lives, and they were missing something, and I think they hopefully, I can't speak for them, but I hope that they have found it in CPI.
Well, speaking of that, so I just wanted to throw this out there. Someone named Pet, whose email starts with the letters PET, P-E-T, sent us a $25 contribution. So we're up to $250 we've raised so far on tonight's stream, which I think is great. Our goal, we want to raise an additional $2,000 to offset the costs so it doesn't all fall on my shoulders. A lot of people, I don't know where these people get it, but some of the haters think I'm getting rich off CPI. Nothing could be further from the truth. I am personally funding CPI out of my own salary. I have a good job and I love the job that I do, but a lot of my money goes back into it. CPI does not break even by any means. I'm hoping to not have to carry the costs too much going into the convention. And so we're hoping to raise an additional $2,000, and we're up to it's now down to $1,750 of what our fundraising goal is. So that's a great development, and I think that's great. One thing I wanted to do while I remind people that if you want to help us out, please send a contribution. I would like to show the video, kind of the musical compilation video we did of our January event. That'll be the next thing I show. But I think Dan probably had some more to say about the LA stuff we just watched. So I'm going to unmute Dan. He was giving feedback a little. I'm going to unmute Dan. And then we'll bring Dan in to talk about LA, some of what we just saw, and then we'll go into that. So go ahead, Dan. You should. We're getting background noise from you, Dan. Okay, he's not hearing us. Okay. Dan, comment more on the earlier parts. Okay, Dan can't hear us. All right. So anyhow, okay.
Well, in either regards, thank you for the gracious words. No, I really appreciate that. And yeah, I've known Nwezi for since around 2020 or so, and she's phenomenal. And I can't believe my luck that CPI was also working with Uhuru and was always working with them, and that's just incredible. And actually, when I told Nwezi that I found out about them from Caleb Maupin, she was very receptive. She was like, "Oh, so are you a member?" And I wasn't a member yet, but I'm glad to say that now I am.
Very good. Very good.
You've always been, a great friend. After the meetings on Wednesday and Saturday, we've come up, and you've always been a good friend, not only to CPI, but to me as well. So thank you.
You likewise, Philip. You're always like, even when it's like midnight for your time, you're always eager to engage people.
Very good. Very good. Yeah, well, we are definitely a community here. So I'm going to put on the video from our January event, just kind of the musical compilation video that we did. Can you hear us, Dan? Can you hear us? Yeah, Dan seems to be watching it like on a delay or something like that. So anyhow, we're going to put on the musical compilation. I do want to remind people we do need contributions. That's why we're on here. We're doing this 4-hour stream that's open. Anyone can come on, by the way. The stream is open. The link is in the chat. The link is down below. But I'm going to put on the musical compilation from our January event that we did to kick off the year of 2026. So this is all of us. You'll see us all singing in there, and the great event we had. We had some special guests who showed up. You'll see all of it. Here we go.
The land around on which we stand. Why should we be beggars with our ballot in our hands? God gave the land to the people. First step, sound the blast for freedom, boys, and send it far and wide. March along to victory, for God is on our side. While the voice of nature thunders o'er the rising tide, God gave the land for the people. The land
yeah, that was fun. That was certainly fun. That event that we did in January, the convention. Yeah, we're getting feedback here. Getting feedback. All right. Yeah. But yeah, and thumbs up to you. But yeah, we're very excited for the convention that we got coming up. So maybe Noah, I was wondering, maybe you could introduce the rally that we did in Times Square for July 4th. You want to kind of talk about that a little bit before we show that video?
Sure. This was the finish the American Revolution and the British Empire system and its wars.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a fun one. And we have such a solid crew of people on the East Coast and in New York in particular. It was a heat wave that day. It was over 100 degrees, and we were thinking, okay, well, it's so hot out, if we can get like 6 people there, we'll be happy. But if it's just me and Caleb, that'll be fine. That's what we were thinking on that day. And we ended up having, 7, 8 people, maybe 10, great people were there. Irving was there. Mahir was there. A number of other people were there. Just talking about the legacy of 1776. What is actually the legacy of 1776? Because every year, I remember being in school. I'm sure other people remember. The 4th of July or Memorial Day, right? There would be they would gather you around and they would give you these like jingoistic, meaningless feeling of patriotism. It didn't really mean anything, but giving expression to what really patriotism is a huge part of CPI, and I felt that we really did a good job of speaking that messaging. And I remember that day there was military recruiters that were right by. They were shooting an advertisement for the Marines and the Navy. There were people in their formal Navy suits walking by, and we got a few thumbs up from U.S. servicemen who they're fed up with the wars too, and they saw that we were waving the Iranian flag, and I saw some people in their formal uniforms take pictures with the Iranian flag with big thumbs ups. And that really shows you that the American people, I mean, they are asleep right now, but the people who are really impacted from it, they appreciate what we're doing.
All right. Well, let's put the video on. This was our July 4th rally in New York City, Times Square.
To celebrate the 250th anniversary of the American Revolution and the establishment of the American Republic.
Came out here today to Times Square to talk about the American Revolution, to talk about the legacy of 1776.
Iran is not our enemy. Iran is not our enemy. Iran is not our enemy. Iran is not our enemy.
Our roads are falling apart, and despite this, we have a tremendous debt that we cannot pay back because of these wars.
1776, what happened? Freedom from tyranny.
What are these countries doing to us that you have to go kidnap leaders, murder leaders? For what?
Because we love our country.
Yes.
And it wouldn't be necessary to be out here in Times Square right before July 4th if we had people in the White House and people in the Congress who loved our country. But we don't. We got people in the Congress and people in the White House and people on Wall Street who don't love America. They're loyal to an international financial system, and they're waging war after war after war around the world to keep Wall Street rich while America gets poorer. And as the Wall Street bankers fill their pockets with derivatives and rip-offs, we get poorer every day. They're unpaving the roads as billions and billions and billions of dollars go overseas. It's an absolute disgrace. 1 in 4 American children goes to bed hungry every night. 1 in 4 American children is chronically food insecure. Americans are sick and tired of war.
The United States got their asses kicked out of the Middle East by Iran. They're out, okay? All the military bases are totally destroyed. Thanks a lot, Israel. Thanks a lot, Israel, for starting that war and getting Dumbo Trump into it.
Now, we had a second American Revolution, and that revolution created civil war and the abolition of slavery. This is critical for our economic development.
We love our country, and that's why we're against these wars, and that's something a lot of people don't seem to really get.
Genocide and murder, as in Gaza, where we have supported a mass murder for 3 years of tens of thousands of innocent people. And every day it gets worse and worse.
and they're driving a policy of war and controlling our presidency to push for more war and get the United States troops involved.
Happy July 4th, everybody. I want to talk a little bit about the legacy of 1776, because there's a lot of liberal jibber-jabber out there. There's a lot of media out there, the 1619 Project and others, that would try and convince you that somehow the American Revolution was a reactionary thing, that it was a bad thing, that somehow the benevolent British Empire was some awful thing for us colonists to break love from. What was the reality of the British Empire system? What did the British Empire system mean to the people of China in the century of humiliation? What did it mean to the people of India who had their people starved and locked millions of people in intentional famine?
American heroes said from July 4th, 1776 was resistance to tyranny is obedience to God. Well, we need to say that again. We just need to add that resistance to Zionism and the state of Israel, that is also obedience to God.
U.S. can actually make peace with Iran, and it's for the interest of the American people. And it's in the interest of the American tradition in terms of, anti-interventionist, domestic focus.
And have a new government for working families.
That's right.
One that will invest in education, housing, jobs, the economy, and not pillaging and again raping and murdering everybody here and across the world, literally.
We spent billions and billions and billions of dollars on a stupid war with Iran that had no reason to happen. Iran didn't do anything to us. Iran wasn't trying to get a nuclear bomb. There was absolutely no reason to attack Iran in February except to enrich the pockets of Wall Street bankers and to make Israel feel more secure in their crimes against the Palestinian people.
40 years of triple rents and nobody said a word about it, right? That means you are losing your property rights. They're taking away your right to land and liberty just by having triple rents. 3 times what any normal society would put up with.
That the wars around the world that we are fighting are for an economic system. The American people know their leaders are not loyal to them, to their constituencies. They're loyal to an economic system and they're loyal to their donors, be that AIPAC or other donors.
True patriots would never send Americans to die for Israel. True patriots would never send Americans to die for Wall Street and for London. And that we're the real American patriots. We need to declare independence from the British Empire system. Russia is not our enemy. China is not our enemy. Iran and the Palestinians are not our enemy. Our enemy is Wall Street. Our enemy is Jeffrey Epstein. Our enemy is the international bankers that are grinding our country into poverty while they enrich themselves. And we're here as the true American patriots standing against Wall Street, standing against their ugly wars, and fighting for working families. We're the Center for Political Innovation. You should check us out.
He has systematically wrecked this country's military reputation and destroyed this country's moral reputation as well.
And there are so many people out there that would try and convince you that somehow the British Empire was a friend to black people in this country. It is the further from the truth. Nothing could be further from the truth. It was the British Empire who threatened to park their navy and break up the Union blockade of the South. It was the British Empire. It was the Wall Street bankers who were funding the slavocracy of the South. And it was Russia. It was Russia who brought their navy into New York Harbor and parked their navy to make the statement that the oppression of black people in this country would not go on.
This means a lot to me personally because in my family, my mother's side is Iranian, and it's very, it's very important. Even though it can be divided a little, people have divided opinions here and there, but it's really important that as an American, I'm born and raised in New York City, lived here all my life, born and raised in the Lower East Side, and the whole point is that, we want no more wars.
There's Jews living in Iran peacefully, and 25,000 Jews. You have Christians living there, just like you had Christians living in Assad, Syria before the Zionist-backed Syrian rebels led by Ahmad al-Shah exterminated them.
There's a lot out there saying, oh, America's an idea, America's an idea. And Joe Biden gets it, he says, oh, America's an idea that we export onto other people through violence and death and destruction. Absolutely disgusting concept. The American people are a real people rooted in the foundations of the land of this country. And the American people do not want war. The American people don't want to export some abstract ideal of so-called freedom, the freedom to go without food, the freedom to go without healthcare, the freedom to go without infrastructure. No, the American people want housing. The American people want healthcare. The American people of 1776.
We should try for win-win cooperation instead of gunboat diplomacy.
Reclaim the revolution!
That's right!
Reclaim the revolution!
That's right!
And the Democrats are no better than the Republicans!
That's right!
When are people going to get it through your head? You're being deceived!
U.S. Navy people and U.S. Marines walking by, and I noticed that a lot of them would read our signs, and I saw a couple fist bumps. I saw a sailor take a picture with one of the Iranian flags. I mean, they seem to support it. I would say, like, the people who are most against the wars in this country are our veterans, because they are the people who have to fight them, and because they really love our country and they want it to be a better place. And that's, I think, why they enlisted in the first place, and they can see that that's not what they're really doing.
To talk about the injustices of the wars that this regime has propagated, not just on Iran, Venezuela.
People walking by were giving us thumbs up. Saw a lady give the devil horns, you know, doing the rock on sort of thing. The Center for Political Innovation, I think, is it's really something special. I think it's really something special. I don't think any other organization could come out here and do what we're doing today, making the point that we're proud to be Americans. I mean, a lot of leftist groups, they would come out here and maybe they would make similar points, but they would make it in a way that would be as alienating as possible. You know, they would make it seem like these veterans are the problem or something like that. And I think that the fact that we're able to do this is really special.
Zionism is not Judaism. It has always been considered a heresy in Judaism. The very first anti-Zionists were actually the Jews, Orthodox Jews, because they ruled it is forbidden to have a Jewish state before the coming of the Messiah.
CPI is an organization that is committed to the truth through education, to wake up the masses.
CPI, Center for Political Innovation, is an anti-war network that talks about rebuilding America, innovating to rebuild industry, rebuild prosperity for the United States, and working with the Belt and Road Initiative, for example, and being part of the multipolar world.
To make sure to wake up more people to see, like, these countries are not our enemies. Our enemy is Wall Street, first and foremost.
Impoverishing Africa, we should be doing what China is doing in Africa and developing African countries and making sure that they can be viable trading partners. That would be fulfilling the legacy of 1776. That would be fulfilling the legacy of the American system and not the British Empire system that is about making sure that other people are poor so that you can stay rich.
The Mali is really doing okay. Burkina is doing okay. Niger is doing okay. And we are coming together.
Russia's helping, yeah.
Russia has really been a great help. Russia has been a very great help in terms of equipment, in terms of even international politics. Russia has really helped a lot. Russia and China, you know, and Iran and Turkey.
Van Damme, a socialist would want to roll back the rent to normal levels. Okay, not just freeze the rent, roll them back to what they were affordably 25% of your income.
Not our enemy. Iran is 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 not our enemy.
Offering community to all these people who have come here today. I mean, this is something that has really been life-changing for me, to be able to come out here, make friends like Irving, make friends like Caleb and Mahir and Paul, and all these people. These people are my family, you know. I love them, and it's really awesome that we're able to come out here and do this and stand with the American people against the system.
The military of the United States will now be merged with the genocidal state of Israel.
Ooh.
What a disgrace!
Terrorists will
That's right.
And I got the sense that people were really, really supportive of us.
We are the true patriots of this country. We are against the imperialists. We're against the big international monopolies. And we want a government that invests in the American people. A government of action that fights for working families. Not a government that serves Wall Street and London and the profits of the super rich. We need a government of action that fights for working families. No more wars to enrich the 1%, the billionaire elite, the Jeffrey Epstein class.
So I think this is really the new norm of the world. America needs to really wake up to know who to deal with. Because it's not about, I used to be partnered with this one. Where is your partner going? If they're going astray, you need to change, because everybody needs to defend their own interests first. So America really needs to defend their interests, becoming alliance, becoming partner with those alliance countries. becoming friends, becoming partner with developing countries, with countries that really have a clear vision. Not with Europe, that is really falling. Now Europe is very kind of crazy right now. They are waging wars here and with no reason. So I think America does not win in partnering with them.
That's right. Instead of relying on brain drain and picking the pockets of the intellectuals of around the world so that they don't have professionals to develop their industries, we ought to have a government that empowers the American people and sees them as an investment. We do invest in our people, and that is what 1776 is about. We need a third American Revolution. Yeah. We need a third American Revolution.
Dare to struggle, dare to win. 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 Dare to struggle, dare to win.
Yep, that's us from the Center for Political Innovation. And we have another CPI member who's just joined. And before I bring her on, I just want to remind everybody, we are trying to fundraise for our upcoming gathering. And we need people to go to CPI-USA/donate because it's going to cost us a lot this year, but we're doing it. Our convention is coming up on the 14th or the 15th of August. It's going to be great, but our goal is to raise another $2,000 before that convention. And so far on this stream, we've raised $250. So we need people to shoot us another couple $100, shoot us another 50, 20, whatever you can do and help us out. But before we go, but yeah, so send us a contribution if you can. Go to cpiusa.org/donate. Briggy, how's it going?
Fabulous. Hey, Caleb. Hey, chat. How's everyone doing?
We're great. We're great. How are you?
Hanging in there. Looking forward to this amazing convention we're going to be having, and it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of positive energy, a lot of really good activism happening. So yeah, it's going to be great. I'm really excited that we're doing it again this year.
Yeah, I am too. You have like the most amazing background at your house, right? like you've got like, what is that, like a Japanese like paper wall there, and then
this
that's
here,
like, right? And that's a wolf with glasses, right? Or
this is a piece of artwork that I did here.
Oh, okay.
And this black is my wallpaper I created, and this is it's like a little fox with eyeglasses.
Okay. Well, it looks very classy. You live in a museum or something. You know, you live in I
live where?
Like in a museum.
Oh yes. I'm actually mummified most of the time. So yeah.
Oh, I didn't
so
mean
yes.
Yeah. No, you have a
I
great
do live in a museum. Definitely. Mm-hmm.
Great. Well, so last year you were at the workshop. What was the best moment for you last year?
Oh my goodness. Well, there were a lot of really good moments because we were all sort of cohabitating, and getting to know the other members was a real delight for me because just, hearing people on, our weekly meetings, that's nice, but get to see them up close, get to hear more about who they are in real life. What they do, how they function within the organization, what their aspirations are personally as they dwell within the organization. That was really great, and it really showed that we could work together, even though things were a little tight. It might have been a little hot. We were sort of all trying to figure it out, and I thought that was really great. Then when we took to the streets, that was really amazing because I enjoyed that huge banner with Abraham Traoré. That was really great. I loved that. I loved the feedback we got from just people driving by, and then we were able to hand out pamphlets to people. They were very receptive, very open to what we were talking about, what we were doing. And I think it really lends itself to where we are now in America. We are building this momentum of real activism, and as people see you in the streets, not being afraid, no matter how big or how small your group is, you're making a difference. People see you, they see that you're unafraid to speak out for what's right. I love that also, that people really see what it is that we're trying to do. So now we're at a time where we can actually approach people. They're becoming more literate about the movement. It may not be specifically what CPI is doing, but it is in the same vein, going in the same direction. And we can just guide them there. That would be amazing. And that's what we're trying to do. And I think we can accomplish that.
Great. Yeah. Well, I mean, I know, you don't have to reveal too much about yourself, but you are an amazing person. You are really an amazing person. You've been many places in your life. You've done many things. I mean, the beautiful artwork you've got behind you is just kind of a testament to.
Can you hear me?
What? What's that?
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me. Oh, okay.
Can you hear me, Caleb?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can hear you. Just try leaving and coming back.
What?
Can you hear me? No.
Oh, you can't hear us? Oh.
No, you can't hear me, right?
No, we can hear you. We can hear you, but you can't hear us.
Okay, I'm going to log off. Oh, okay. I hear you now. I hear someone.
Oh, you hear us?
You can't hear Caleb, or
can you hear me?
Well, I can't hear Caleb. Somebody just said something.
Oh, Caleb was praising you.
He was what?
Caleb was praising you in the highest regard.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I thought he was talking to me, but I didn't hear him say anything when I stopped talking. But yeah, that's what I really found really exciting. You didn't know what was going to happen from day to day. And then we all got together and were able to just become more of a family. And that really is very impactful when you're trying to do this kind of work, because people need to get to know each other on a more personal level. So it was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? No? No? Can't hear me?
No, she can't. I think she
Can't
should
hear me.
probably. No, she can't hear anybody but Tim, I guess. Can you hear me?
Tim, ask Briggy a question because she can hear you, but she can't hear us.
Can you hear Noah or anybody else, or just not Caleb?
Whoever's talking, that's the only person I hear.
Tim's the chosen one. He's special.
Tim, ask
whoever
Briggy
just
a
was
question.
speaking, that's the only person I hear.
What
That's
question
pretty-
do you have in mind, Caleb?
Well, I don't know.
I'm sorry?
Ask Briggy.
Tell her to leave and come back so that her audio works. How about try that one?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So Noah wants you to
Tell
leave
Briggy
and
to
come back.
leave and come back. So her
Okay.
audio,
Okay. I'll do so.
to leave and come back. Yeah. Okay. Okay. This is odd. I hope she can.
Well, I think
get her audio
some of this stuff
That
is
is
really
very
complicated.
odd. I've never seen that where you can hear one person but you can't hear others. That's very odd. I've never seen anything like that. StreamYard is a very interesting app. A very, very
Well,
interesting app.
Jitsi has bugs like this too.
Technology is great, says our Russian friend. And then someone says, why can Ukraine use U.S. funding to engage in attacks versus Iran and the Sahel and a coup in Myanmar resulting in 5 Ukrainian arrests and Matt Van Dyke in India? I don't know who Matt Van Dyke is, but I do know about Ukraine attacking Iran. I do know about how in the Union of Sahel States, Ukraine is heavily involved in the terrorism against the Union of Sahel States. Yeah, who is Matt Van Dyke? Does anyone know who Matt Van Dyke is? And thank you for
He's
supporting.
an alleged CIA mercenary who was arrested in India, who fought in Libya and Syria and Ukraine before.
Interesting. Okay. Well, some people feel like there is a color revolution of sorts going on in India right now, right?
Yeah, there's supposed. It reminds me a lot of what happened in Nepal, where it's like Gen Z is like, I don't know, they have vague claims about like corruption and mistreatment, and a lot of the people who are just like kind of mad that they're unemployed, and other people are mad about Hindu nationalism, and other people, it's like the demands aren't really clear. And it's like I've noticed in group chats that I'm in that are like anti-imperialist spaces, the ones that have like young people from India, like the young people from India are like suddenly like weirdly hostile for no reason. Like just like getting angry about like stuff that is like the emojis they're allowed to react to on Telegram chats and stuff like that. It's like they've been hyped up on something weird. And I don't know. It's certainly interesting. And Modi's like semi-independent, But I don't know. I'm not sure what to believe because there are groupings that are kind of anti-imperialist who have endorsed it. I'd be curious to know what the CPGBML has to say about it because I know they were really into like Indian inside baseball, and I don't really know. You know?
Yeah, well, he says, isn't Ukraine funding supposed to be for defense of Ukraine? Well, they're murdering Russians. That's not defense. You know, they're just murdering Russian civilians and stuff. And there's no conditions. Of course not. Ukraine is just a proxy of U.S. imperialism. U.S. imperialism is attacking Iran, so why not Ukraine attack Iran, you know? That's what it looks like to me. What do you think?
Supposedly they're so desperate that they need these weapons to defend themselves, but they have the resources to invade Iran. I mean, yeah.
There you go.
In general, I would just say I'm very skeptical of any color revolution language, even regarding India, although I'm not a fan of Modi at all. But regarding Nepal, that was a bunch of Maoists who decided to run elections. I think that's really depressing that they lost and they failed to such a ridiculous liberal campaign. So yeah. Even with Modi, I'm kind of skeptical.
Can you hear us now?
I can hear you, yes.
Very good.
I don't know how long it'll last, but I certainly can hear you.
Good. That was so weird where you could only hear Tim and you couldn't hear anyone else. That was
I couldn't hear anyone else. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
very well. Any thoughts about the upcoming workshop and convention and anything you want to share?
Oh, other than the fact that I know it's going to be even more impactful than last year because we've got more of a momentum going. We've got more steam, and again, because we've really gotten to know each other. That's going to give us that much more fight when we go out into the streets and protest and really put our efforts, much more firmly into what it is that we're trying to achieve. I found that people were very interested, like I said, very intrigued by our message of, peace and solidarity and, really working together, not just in our own little corners of the world, but as an organization that we might be a piece of an organization here, but then there are other organizations that we can work with and work within, like Uhuru, who's really making an impact and really leading the way we can move forward into something better. So I'm really excited about that happening. Again, the momentum is building. People are waking up. So I'm excited about that. And every time we take to the streets, there's another opportunity for us to awaken the masses. I mean, all we need is just sort of let one person hear what we're doing, and then they'll go home and read what we've done, or perhaps go to the live streams and understand that we are a real organization with real people making a real difference. And we're not here just to play games or waste time. We're here to really impact those who are searching for a way out of the quagmire that is the U.S. political system and, dare I say, around the world. So that is very exciting to me that we're doing this again. I'm very excited about it. So
yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I do want to just remind people, we are trying to raise money. That's why we're doing this stream, this kind of long stream where different members get on and talk. So far today, we've raised $255. So we're hoping that people can now go to CPIUSA/donate.org/donate, CPIUSA.org/donate, and send us some contributions to get us closer to our goal. That would be great if people could do that. So I just want to remind people to do that. We are getting close to when we're going to end. We have about 15 minutes left, but there's still plenty to talk about. I guess we have kind of open floor here. So if anybody wants to talk about anything on their minds,
Caleb, I wanted to ask you if you could tell the people watching what it means to be an innovationist.
Very well. Very good. Well, what it means is that human beings are unlike any other species. They are capable of reinventing their relationship with nature, reinventing their relationship with their environment. And that the whole struggle against capitalism and the rule of profits is the struggle to unleash human creative abilities and to have abundance, and that we need a government and a system that enables growth and creativity and enables people to fulfill their greatest potential. And that we have a government right now that invests in war and death around the world, a government that is actively trying to drive down the population. And countries around the world have broken out of imperialism because they want to have growth. They want to lift their people up, and they want to expand their living conditions, expand their life expectancy, and build. And we want the same thing here. We want a government that invests and builds, and that's what we want. And if you talk about socialism and communism in America, people immediately think it's a conversation about making everyone equal. And so they don't get it. But if we make it clear that we want a government that enables human growth, and a government that invests and allows people to fulfill their potential, that controls the economy in order to unleash human brilliance and creativity, that's something people can understand, right? And that we have a system where the more efficient technology becomes, the poorer people get. Where self-driving cars would be a disaster that would lead to all kinds of unemployment. And that's what we need to overcome. We need to rationally organize the economy to unleash the innovation and the creativity of humanity, so that we can build and create. And that's really what countries around the world struggling against imperialism have done. They've broken free so they can build. And that's what we need to do in America. We need to break America out of globalism, imperialism, so that we can build, so that we can be friendly with countries around the world and trade with them on the basis of win-win cooperation. We need a government of action that fights for working families. We need to oppose the danger of a new world war, oppose the emerging low-wage police state, and we need a pro-growth, pro-humanity government. That's what it means to me. What do you think, Mike? What do you think, Mike?
I'm down.
Very good. Very good.
If I could jump in, Caleb, if I could say something, what you said really, that always is so inspiring. I just want to tell you that personally. It's so, because it's so true and it's so obvious once you understand it, and once you let go of the fear of thinking that oligarchs are going to come and save you. That's never going to happen. If anything, they're going to put more fear in you, and that's why you're afraid right now. But you've got to let go of that fear. But once you do, you've got to know, where do I go to from here? So sometimes it's the devil, and that's why people just stay where they are, because they don't understand that there is some place that they can go. And CPI is certainly very welcoming in that regard. So there is somewhere you can go if you don't feel like you are welcome anywhere else. This is a place where you can feel welcome. Also, the oligarchs are hell-bent on making you believe that the system of this win-win cooperation, where we trade fairly with the other countries around the world, that is pie in the sky. That'll never happen. Why are we even trying? Like, you might as well just let capitalism and imperialism just wash over you and just squeeze the life out of you, because that's never worked anywhere. Understand that it's never worked anywhere, because everywhere it's tried to work, or where it has worked, they have crushed those movements. They've made sure it didn't work. If they didn't work, why didn't they just let it play out to its natural conclusion? And if it does seem like it's going to work, then they'll say, well, this country is our enemy, because they're trying to free themselves from the stronghold of capitalism. So don't be fooled. It's like someone saying, well, I have all of these apples here, but if I give you an apple, the rest of the world is going to fall off its axis. It's ridiculous. That's not how it works. There's enough for everyone. There is enough for everyone, but there is runaway greed to the point where people are living on the streets. And I'm personally quite sick of seeing people living in poverty.
Don't you see
to buy
how
medicine
capitalism
or fulfill their dreams. We have an opportunity here to make the world the way we see it, and that is a world that works for everyone, not just for the people on the top.
Don't you see how capitalism puts restrictions on everything?
Yeah.
Like, if they can't monetize it, if they can't use it to make money, they put restrictions on art. They put restrictions on all human creativity.
Yeah.
And so they tell artists, well, if you rap about those lyrics or if you sing about those things, it's not going to sell. So you need to self-censor that. And then what they end up pushing is like this mass pop, boy band. They try to figure a formula to make money and exploit youth culture, and it puts limitations on everything. If arts, if sports, if education, if it was liberated from the restraints of capitalism and the need to monetize everything, how far would we go? That's why immediately the first countries that made revolutions, Russia, China, just 20 years after the revolution, they went from, backwards, unindustrialized to being the first in space.
Yeah. No, and when it comes to art, that's one of the tragedies of our time is that, people think that they tell you that in like countries like the Soviet Union or Cuba, there's limits on art, and there might be some, but that's nowhere near the limits that corporations put on art, right? I mean, they have to make money off of it. And, the people investing and funding it sit down and say, you got to do it this way, you got to do it this way. And that, whereas in other countries where artists are just kind of given a budget and told, okay, make some art, and they're able to be much more free and expressive. And that's absolutely true. And then also there is a huge amount of pessimism in our time, right? And I feel like a lot of the ultra rich in particular really find pessimistic art that makes people feel hopeless. What do you think, Brigitte?
Oh, most definitely. Yeah, I wanted to say that this piece of work behind me is sort of an ode to, like, this is me giving the finger to Jackson Pollock, because we all understand what that was about. It was sort of like, I mean, I have other pieces around too, something that more classical, but as far as what art is supposed to do, how it's supposed to open your heart, enrich your spirit, get you to think, get you to meditate, on the beauty of the world around you and how people like to interpret or reinterpret the arts, whether it is the performing arts or visual arts. It is supposed to enrich your life, or it should try to get you to enrich your life. And so where they've taken art as far as making it a commodity, they really, of course, like capitalism, just drives everything down to its lowest common denominator. And it does suck the life out of everything. And it's really up to us as human beings to understand that there is something intrinsically beautiful about someone making something with their hands, coming up with a dream and an idea, and then creating that and turning that idea, turning the energy into matter, and then presenting that into the world in a way that really is fulfilling, and propels people to want to be better, do better. And it's I don't know, it's something very civilizing to me about the arts. And I don't believe those people on the top really kind of understand that.
George Lucas famously said that he would rather be making films in the Soviet Union, because in the Soviet Union, well, yeah, there are certain rules that you can't break, right? You can't openly criticize the government, but he said, I wouldn't have to run everything I do by a studio. And I think there was that movie that came out. There was sort of a Khrushchevite movie that they made about him when the prequels came out, and some people were upset about the quality of the prequels. The People versus George Lucas, and they made this movie saying, "Oh, well, the reason why the prequels they weren't as good as the original trilogy is that George Lucas is just an egomaniac, and he's just all in this for himself, and all he wants to do is sell toys." And it's funny is that now people look back on the prequels and they compare them to what Disney has churned out since they bought Star Wars. And they say, well, maybe the prequels, they weren't the best acted. Some of the directing he made some questionable decisions, but at least there was some goddamn imagination. You know what I mean? It wasn't all just like corporate slop where they were like focus testing every little thing. I mean, to the point where literally like they made decisions in the second movie, right, that didn't focus test well. Like people said they didn't like it, fans didn't like them. And so then in the third movie, they had to like write in, oh, never mind, actually, we're going to do it the way that you guys want to do it because that's what focus tests well. I mean, they just produced this slop for us, this corporatized slop. And I think people are really, really fed up with that. And I think too, you know, what people think is great, the way that we're socialized in the States is like we've come to think that like great art is art that makes you feel really shitty about the world. And people are like, they look at the 70s, right? The 70s were a time in film when people are like, wow, what a great time, you know, to be a fan of movies. They produced so many great movies. Most of the movies that were produced in the 70s, I can't watch. They're depressing as hell. It's like, I mean, you can say what you will about the 80s and camp, right? There's notes on camp, but like, I'm sorry. I mean, I don't want the film industry to be 80 different artistic variations on the Joker movie, which is how I feel cinema was in the 70s. Sort of that pessimistic, Malthusian, Carterite, you know, kind of stuff. But sorry, I didn't mean to go on a tangent.
No, that's all very interesting. And I'm, you know, when people arrive in Chicago, the opening night of our 7-day program, I'm actually going to be giving a presentation that touches on some of this. And that's going to be quite interesting. And I know, you know, Paul, one of our members in New York, just recorded an audio version of an essay I wrote about Luigi Mangione as an abstract painter and how that bitterness, you know, rather than building an organized movement, just kind of murdering somebody, that bitterness is something the CIA tried to cultivate by funding abstract art. So I'm looking forward to that. But I do want to remind people, we do need people to donate. You know, we're having the convention coming up. And so if people can send a contribution to cpiusa.org/donate, that would be great, because we definitely want to offset the costs. It's going to be quite expensive to have this gathering. So, yeah.
Well, I will say that, Briggy, I love your art. That red painting is really vibrant colors, and then the fox bust is really cool looking, like cool texture and everything.
Can she hear? I don't think she heard you.
I can't hear. All I hear is you, Caleb.
Oh, okay. Tim was saying he really liked your painting and the texture of it, and it looks really nice.
Thank you. Thank you.
So there we go. Now I'm the voice that you can hear, right? It used to be.
You're the voice in my head, Caleb. Yes.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, well, we're heading into our last 3 minutes here. But yeah, any thoughts people have about anything?
Well, maybe we could see if Dan's microphone's working now.
I just want to. Oh, please, no.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say that this has been really amazing, and you know, of course, we're going to dare to struggle. We're going to dare to win, and we will win because we're not going to stop trying. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, somebody just sent us a contribution, and we do appreciate that contribution. Thank you very much. It was received, and it will help us. It was significant, and thank you for helping us reach our goal. You know, we do appreciate that. So thank you. Yeah, Dan, were you able to get your microphone to work? Oh no, now Dan is on a different camera. Oh, were you able to get your other camera to work? Dan, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Yes,
this
sir.
has been really weird. I mean, really weird what I've been going through. I'll talk about it later, but two voices are coming out of the StreamYard on my desktop constantly. I've heard what sounds like paper rustling and people typing on their computer on my phone, and yet I can't hear anything else. It's weird. And now it goes in, and now I can hear you.
Well, anyway. Yeah, just
sometimes I'll see the video, I'll hear the video, sometimes I won't. It's just like, hello, NSA. Hi, how are you? Good to see you. Have a nice day. You know, it's those Obama fraudulent dollars. That's what they are. That's what they are. The deception dollars. I'm going to bring this to Chicago. I'm going to lay some in front of your library. Anyway, so yeah, it's technology can be irritating sometimes, especially when you're doing everything you can. Please donate. Please donate, because reach out to your friends and tell them about CPI and what we're trying to do. And then if you're in the Chicago area, it's probably too late to get a decent price ticket. But if you're living too far away, But hey, come to Chicago. Won't you please come to Chicago?
Yeah, it's going to be good. So I will see you all there. And I want to congratulate everyone who helped make this stream a possibility. We just hit the 4-hour mark, and we have raised at this point $305. So that will significantly offset the costs. So that's good. I do want to let folks that are fans of this channel know I probably won't be streaming very much between now and the convention because I got to focus on things. But I am going to be going on a pretty big podcast 2 days before the convention from Chicago. So that's going to be interesting. And we're going to keep going. If you're able to help us, please, I would request that people still, you can still donate. CPIUSA.org/donate. It's not going to be easy to pull this off, but we have a great team of people that are very devoted. And, I'm really happy about, transportation and housing and everything has kind of come together. So we just got to stay ahead. So yes, please send a contribution. Please register and come to the convention in Chicago. It's going to be a great place to be. There's going to be some surprise guests, some alternative media personalities that are coming. It's going to be great. So I really look forward to seeing you all in Chicago. The registration link is down below. Anyone else want to say anything before we sign off here?
Hey, thank you for having me, Caleb.
Yeah.
And I just want to send a big revolutionary hug to everyone.
Thank you, Mike. Absolutely. Revolutionary hug to everybody. Noah?
Yeah, I was just going to remind folks, if you haven't already, if you could please send a donation. I don't know, Peter Thiel, if you're watching, or maybe there's a pro-China or pro-Russia billionaire watching. I mean, $1,700 wouldn't be very much to you. I know Briggy said that the oligarchs weren't going to save us, but maybe in this instance they can.
Prove Briggy wrong, oligarchs. Prove Briggy wrong.
I heard someone laughing just now, but that's about it.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Well, thank you very much. Dare to struggle and dare to win. I'll see you all in Chicago. August 15th in Chicago. See you all in Chicago. Thanks, everybody.